was long and straight, Mr. Batista. It was scary.
That's what she said. Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
That's never what she said. that's what I did, long and straight.
So I heard you were out driving Mikey Butler. That's good.
Oh man, he was, I could use a putter to outdrive him the way he was hitting the ball sideways.
Nice. Very good.
Normally he's about 100 yards ahead of me, so so I'm pretty used to playing with him, but he did not make good contact. Or it's early in the season.
You had his number this weekend, long and straight sound enough. That's what they called you.
But it was good. I putted good too, but my iron play was horrible. I hadn't picked up a club since last year. So
but you won, right? Your team won?
Of course.
Of course. That's all that counts.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. So yeah, I've been running around all weekend. It's been good. I'm almost caught up from my work, so I feel good. What do we got here tonight? Up a little bit, maybe?
Up a little bit. Looks like up 4 or 5 to start the day on the E-mini S&Ps. NASDAQ looks about unchanged, but we can see that pretty soon. Listen, when you look at Bitcoin up another 500, 400 since the last time I quoted it, around 30,100, traded up to 30,500. I know the Bitcoin futures traded a little bit higher on Friday, up to 30,595. But we'll see how the market moves today. We got some time. Got about a minute and a half.
Yeah, I kind of felt like, if that was the best down move they had. Remember, they goosed them on the close, like, almost up on the day, right?
Yes, they did. You are right.
I mean, they were down all day, and I kept thinking, man, if this is a down day, the bears are in trouble.
Yeah, you take a look here at this last little bar here. It's not really a down day.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
68 and closed at 41.63.
Yeah, so I felt like Friday, the Bears were in control early, and maybe they got bailed out a little bit by some of the financial stocks that just, that like JP Morgan or something that didn't sell. I mean, I hate JP Morgan here at, whatever it is, 140 or something. But because I think it's, rallying for all the wrong reasons. But that said, they're not crashing.
No, it doesn't look like that yet. No.
Yeah, and that was a hell of a rally late into the day on Friday. I kind of felt like the street was short and hoping to push them lower. They didn't get a lower push, and then all the day traders just covered on the close. Now you've got an expiration week that is traditionally very strong. April expiration is one of the, like second, third, or fourth most strongest of the year. So it's in the top, 25 percentile of strong expirations, which just means Friday to, Thursday to Friday. But you got a lot of earnings this week. So it's going to be, I mean, let's just see how it plays out. But this market hasn't. Look, up 11 on top of that rally from Friday. Oof.
Yes, that is correct.
No, actually, this includes that. That
includes, right. So you only up about another 4.
Yeah, this includes kind of that post-market rally. But
NASDAQ up 25, Russell up 4, Dow up 55. Volatility in small bonds basically unchanged, up to 130.25. Bonds had a week.
Bonds, well, this was the classic inverse relationship last week. Stocks up, bonds down. They did exactly what this was the flight away from quality. Like the flight to quality. Pretty much on the down moves now in the S&Ps, and the flight away from it on the up moves. You saw bonds. Didn't gold get killed on Friday?
Yes, finally had a little bit of a down day.
It was down like $35, $40, something like that. And so definitely they sold off bonds all week. Stocks were strong. They crushed volatility. Volatility was the biggest.
Gold had made a new high on Friday before the market opened, or before the equity market opened,
okay,
then sold off.
Yeah, and then vol is your biggest tell here. I mean, it just hasn't had an uptick. I don't like being short vol right here because obviously, you're playing.
You got to play the game.
You got to play the game. So we're short vol, but I don't like it as much. But
you got a pair of twos in a hole. You got a pair of twos in the hole.
Hey, you're playing with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing with fire. There's no other game. You can't flip the cards over.
Right.
So you're playing with fire.
Yeah.
But there's still, and I'm not sure about the earnings plays. Like so far, we haven't made, or we traded 4 earnings trades so far this cycle. We made money on 3 and lost money on 1, but the one we lost money on wiped out the 3 gains. So it's about a wash so far. Mm-hmm. So I'm not convinced this is going to be that there's going to be a lot in it other than possibly a pretty good engagement tool. But I was surprised that JP Morgan.
You got Schwab going to report tomorrow morning, right? 417.
Yeah, and we have a pretty big Schwab position on. I don't know what's wrong with Schwab because I kind of feel I'm one of those people that think, where there's smoke, there's fire, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. The crazy thing about Schwab is that, first of all, their online brokerage business had to have an amazing first quarter. Higher interest rates, trading volumes were good. They couldn't screw that up if they wanted to.
The market didn't debacleize.
The market did debacleize. They had no outlier moves.
Unless Schwab is the bank, is the equivalent of a bank in the brokerage.
No. Schwab is a part bank, part brokerage.
Their management. Their management is the equivalent of a bank.
No. There's no way their brokerage firm had to kill it. They had to have a great first quarter. It was just the nature of the business. Higher interest rates and high trading volume. It was good. So there's no way the brokerage firm knocked it out of the park, I'm sure. Their bank, on the other hand, got annihilated. Sure. So the question is, well,
you'll have the same question coming from Goldman Sachs. That'll be
I don't think it's the same question.
You don't?
Because
okay.
Goldman Sachs is
How about Bank of New York then, BK?
No, don't let's not confuse the two here. Goldman Sachs trades more like a hedge fund than a bank. And so Goldman Sachs,
at the chart, it's behaving a lot like Schwab. Okay, it's rebounded more, but it had the same down move at the same time. You're looking at making low.
It had the same down move as all banks, but it's acted a lot better than Schwab. But Goldman Sachs is effectively, it's a hedge fund.
Okay.
And Goldman Sachs, they take risk. They're a prop firm that takes risk. They might not take risk with their bank, but they take risk. And so I don't think that Goldman is anything like Schwab. I think Schwab is part broker and part bank, and their bank screwed up. And the question is, I can't imagine there's that much upside in Schwab, but I did sell puts in there. You said it's before the opening tomorrow, right?
Before the opening tomorrow, that is correct.
Yeah, so we sold some May 40 puts, some May 42.5 puts, some May 45 puts, and then we bought some 47.5 and 50 puts. So we're all put ratio spread in May. I hate to say it, I like that position.
Just to add some more background, my buddy Paul just wrote me and said Schwab revealed it has nearly 28 billion unrealized losses across its held.
Yeah, that's been out for a month now. That came out a month ago. The New York Times did a full expose on it, and the person, I forgot who wrote the article, but the guy who wrote the article already talked about it. That's been out for literally like a month. When the Silicon Valley Bank crap all went down, the next day the Times printed that article about 28 billion in Schwab losses. But the difference.
Well, I got another one for you. Then a top investor for Charles Schwab sold his entire $1.4 billion stake in the brokerage.
Okay, well the CEO bought 50 million. Who knows?
Understood.
Yeah. The
I'm just giving you background.
The difference in Schwab and then Silicon Valley Bank is that Schwab has $7 trillion in assets, and Schwab has an incredibly deep pool of liquidity. So I have to doubt that there's going to be any kind of run on them. But like I said, the reason that you and I should be short them, because if anything happens to them, it's good for us.
Understood.
So we can't lose, so you can sell puts in there. You're like
free puts to sell. It's naked.
Yeah, you have free puts to sell. Right.
Sure.
Right. We have free puts.
It's like trying to middle of the thing or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, I don't give a crap about them, but it's, It wouldn't be good for the industry, but still.
No.
I think they're going to be fine because they have tons of liquidity. I just think they showed a level of incompetence that got exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Like different firms in the online brokerage business were not ready for certain moments. Schwab, on the one hand, they made an unbelievable trade when they bought TD Ameritrade and for what they paid for it. And then they weren't big enough for the moment when Silicon Valley Bank, had to disclose their losses. Kind of like when Robinhood, wasn't big enough for the moment in 2020 2021 with the meme stock stuff. Like there's different times when firms have to, they have to be big enough for the moment. It's hard sometimes,
Yep, totally agree. Yep, I got you.
But I think it's more incompetence than anything else.
Somebody else who's always big for the moment is my friend, Mr. Pete Momat, the biggest of the biggest Momats. How are you, Mr. Pequot?
The biggest of the biggest Momats?
He's the biggest Momat I know.
That's almost like.
All right, Tom, where do I go with that? I didn't have music, didn't have anything. I'm just the biggest Momat. Which
I read a story this weekend about these gigantic rodents that have orange teeth that are like growing like wildfire down south somewhere. I think Tony's got him in his yard down in Florida.
I introduced them to Florida. Yes.
Oh, thank you. And
do
Florida.
you call it a yard when it's part of an estate, or do you call it rolling grounds? I was always confused.
Oh, rolling meadows. Yeah,
Okay.
rolling estate.
Okay.
Yeah. Rolling pastures and stuff,
So
where the horses
you've got the wildlife team that corrals these orange-toothed momats.
Yeah.
True. It's true.
Okay.
Well,
This is not financial advice, it's not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out, see what I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data. But like I tell you every day, the data released us is false. Money gives a false narrative of the market, so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, I was texting with Common Sense Investor, and we were discussing the Allegheny lawsuit and how crazy it is. And we were discussing how Adam Aaron was just more than happy to settle a lawsuit for $110 million. I'm going to tell you something. If you look at lawsuits, in the history of lawsuits, I have never seen a defendant settle a lawsuit for that much money in less than 90 days. It just doesn't happen. It's unprecedented. It doesn't happen. You know what this tells me? This tells me that Adam Aaron was desperate to get done.
I'm going to call bullshit on that.
Don't investigate how he issued those APE shares. I believe that Adam Aaron believes that issuing those APE shares under those conditions was questionable, and I believe he knew that the courts would find a problem with it, so he decided to give these guys $100 million.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
In order to stop the case from being investigated or moving forward with the courts. And here's the other crazy part of this. All the lawyers did was file motions and talk on the phone. And we all know that attorneys usually get 33% of the settlement. So these guys were about to rake in $33 million for doing what? Filing some motions and talking on the phone for a couple of hours. It's absolutely outrageous. It's absolutely unprecedented. And it is abusive to the regular shareholders. I am so glad that AMC investors, Mr. Tuttle, Lauren, and everybody else who have sent letters to the court.
Of both AMC
we have
and
shown the court that
is
this
taking the market cap that's on AMC.
That it needs to be
That's the price
investigated
times the
further. And like I
517
said in
million
the other video,
shares,
I think,
and the price on APE times the 929 million shares. Because you have to understand that APE and AMC market cap wise should be about the same. So once you weight the pricing on both, look at the market cap at both. Then you do the reverse, and you look at the outstanding shares of both divided by, the combined market cap of both divided by the combined outstanding shares of both, and you get to about $2.90 right now, based on Friday's closing price.
That's pretty shitty.
Okay, I kind of got lost there.
I'll post a link to
Yeah, do that.
to the numbers on the chat here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mario, I'm with Desjardins in Canada with Disnat, and I'm probably going to have to hire a tax lawyer because they're not changing my average on the 8 dividend. They're on the T5. They're saying that I received 8 dividend of 6.95, and they're not going to change it. Like Questrade gave me a letter to attach to my T5, but Disnat are not giving me the letter, and they're not changing it. So I'm probably going to have to hire a tax lawyer.
Yeah, but that is the real price. That's the price. It shouldn't be 0.1. They took 40% of AMC's value and put it in the ape, which comes up to that.
But Hedge, they took that value from the market prices, not the cost basis. That's what I'm saying. My cost basis was not touched.
But with the dividend, you have to pay tax on the dividend, and I'm going to have to pay tax on $6.95 a share instead of 1 cent, 1 cent at 8 dividend.
Well, call them, and if you can get a change it.
Oh man, I've been back and forth with them for like 3 weeks now. I've spoken to the supervisor, and they've had the meeting with their whoever they have a meeting with. They're saying they're not changing it. I sent them the email from John Merriweather saying the information about the ape dividend. I've sent them the letter that I received from Questrade saying that the ape dividend was issued at 1 cent per share. I've sent them the CRA. I've sent them the regulation that they're supposed to be abiding by. It's ape because it's a preferred equity. It doesn't come under the section of tax code that they're using to not give me the amended T5. So I've spoken to my accountant. I've been back and forth with my accountant for exactly like 3 weeks as well, and they don't understand why they're not changing it. And so my accountant is investigating it more. I gave him all the information that I just said, and he's going to do it in investigation. And if they still don't want to change it, I'm going to have to hire a tax lawyer to send a letter to Disnat saying why aren't you changing it? If every other broker in Canada is changing it, why isn't Disnat?
Yeah, that's what they said to me. I don't like it, but that's what they did, bro.
Well, on Webull, I wasn't charged for ape. On TD Ameritrade, I was. Now, one's in China, one's in the U.S. Go figure.
And that's the next thing. I spoke to the CRA. Spoke to the CRA like twice now, and I said to her, well, I'm going to get taxed on the dividend that I received, right? But I didn't receive it because it's, I haven't sold anything yet. And then when I do go to sell it, I'm going to have to pay tax on it again. It doesn't make sense. And then, especially when on the 27th or whatever the date is, they're going to reverse split it or combine it back with AMC. What the fuck's going to happen then? I just paid tax on something I didn't even receive or sell.
I want to know is, Hedge, am I still liable for your strippers and playing golf and buying you beer? Am I still liable for that?
Yeah.
Magic, I just sorry, guys.
You asshole.
It's Retha. Magic, just a question for you. Have you purchased more ape in your account since you received that dividend last August?
Yeah, I have. I have purchased more ape. So, but I've only purchased it this year.
Okay, so did you purchase it in the same account?
Yes.
And have you looked at your cost base? Because if it was $6.95, then your cost basis should have gone down.
Exactly, it has gone down.
Okay,
yeah.
well then that's good. Question for you. You could tell me it's none of my business, but have you got room in a TFSA?
No, I don't have a TFSA.
Okay, so if you considered opening up a tax-free savings account and you move your APE into the tax-free savings account, there's no tax implications. When you move it over there, that's something you want to talk to your accountant about, though. Okay.
That's what I did recently.
Yeah. So
with one of my accounts.
Yeah. So all.
But wouldn't that?
I was just gonna.
But wouldn't that go into 2023's tax and not 2022?
No. Doesn't have anything to do with that because, well, if you have it in a non-registered, you're paying tax on any income that you're earning. So if you if you put it into a tax-free savings account, right now,
worried about the tax.
Tax-free savings accounts opened up in Canada in 2009.
Oh my God!
And right now, it's close to $90,000 that
What's
you
up,
can put
gents?
into a tax-free savings account right now with no problems. You can take that money out. You can put more money in every year based on what
I'm trying to understand the
anything
AMC
that you earn in there, anything that you make. I kind of tell people a tax-free savings account is like a big, huge bowl.
share structure before
and every year
meme stock era.
Add flour and add water into there.
So I'm looking here.
Everything that you grow in that bowl is tax-free.
This document.
Everything in there is tax-free.
Is from.
You don't pay tax on it. The money that you put in there, you've already been taxed on.
2019, December 2019.
Say under 40, is look to see if you can open up an account because if you make a contribution into your RRSP, which is like a kind of like a 401k in the U.S., you're going to get a reduced tax rate. Say, for instance, you're making 40 grand a year, you put 5 grand in an RRSP, you're only paying taxes on $35,000 that you've earned. Then you have 5 grand in your RRSP account, plus you're getting money back from Revenue Canada every year. So it's better for you to be earning money in either a registered account or a tax-free, and you don't end up having the T5007s and all that other kind of stuff that you're getting in your non-registered account.
Okay, but I'm gonna do that for sure. I'm gonna set that up in the coming weeks. I'm gonna look into it. But how are they gonna sort that T5 out that I received from 2022 on my income?
Well, you know what you could do is you can send a message to Investor Connect with AMC.
Oh my God.
And see if they have like a Canadian tax rep that you can speak with in regards to that, regards to the dividend is the first thing. And if you have an accountant or if you want,
this is really all the spaces that are out there today.
Number with CRA and talk to them and just say that, you have a bit of confusion on here. This was issued to all shareholders as a dividend. So it's different. So there's different with the taxes up here than there is obviously in the U.S.
Yeah, that's.
I think is he a Canadian citizen?
Yeah. I live in Quebec, but that's the thing. They're treating it as a dividend, but it's not a dividend. It's a preferred equity unit. It's completely different to a dividend.
That's exactly right. And I had the same kind of thing with Quest Trade because when that all first came in, my numbers were kind of obviously out of whack. But I've got 6 different accounts. They're all registered accounts that I have because I was working for the government and doing other positions and different types of provincial governments and stuff. So I have all these different accounts that I have APE and AMC in, but there's no worries with the cost basis in there because they're registered accounts. It's only when it comes into a non-registered, which you have, where you're getting the T5008, and under that you're having to claim your foreign income, different things like that, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still that's what's going to happen. They're putting it onto my income, and but that's just what I'm saying. I haven't sold anything, so I didn't receive. So this is the issue.
Yeah.
But the Quest Trade. Because I have the same sort of account with Quest Trade, I have shares in there too. They sent me a letter that I can attach to my T5, and as the CRA does my taxes through the computer, they attach it, and then you can take the dividend won't be taken.
Al will be more interesting to listen to than this.
One thing with Quest Trade is they don't have cash accounts; they only have margin, and they're lending out your shares.
There's anything less interesting than anything I'd rather hear less about is like apes tax problems. I mean, give me a fucking break. Okay. Where is it? Here it is.
Everybody's out from Boston. Let's kick it off. Hey, I wanted to give you guys a heads up. I'm going in for some surgery, but I wanted to leave something in case something happens to me, God forbid. In case something does happen to me.
What the fuck?
So that you understand where I was coming from, that I wasn't wrong. That when I make up an
What a fucking asshole. Hey, Al from Boston. Fuck you. What a piece of shit.
Based on facts and the stuff that you can't see, the tacit stuff. And I want you to pay close attention, even you haters that don't like me. This is Chance Hooray Daily. She is a young lady who is on the Chancery. No, she's not on the staff, but she's basically somebody that sits there and annotates what happens in court at Chancellery in Delaware. I want you to read this. I'm giving odd vibes because I don't have a positive interest of the AMC. Y'all, this isn't the booster club. I'm here to cheerlead. I'm not here to cheerlead for any stock or company. Please read my pinned post regarding the point of getting unbiased, factual, and legal info that is not opinion. She writes a little blurb about that. And, you know, she was on somebody's show last night, and
Tony F.
54 minutes and 35, she was disrespectful, according to Jeff Ape, UK Ape, of course, you know, very disrespectful. Why would she be disrespectful? You're probably asking. And then Jeff goes into, I know what Will Smith would have done about it. Let's continue on, right? So what does she say, right? She says, please see my response. This is based on what I have seen in the previous case where Adam Aaron's text messages have come to light.
Oh boy.
The impact have been what has been in the court. He hasn't exactly proven himself to be an honorable, selfless man working for altruistic ends.
Well,
now that
he is a
very satisfying
capitalist CEO.
Because this woman clearly saw evidence in that case, what everyone else suspected. All you haters and dick suckers, you know, you were just Adam's cock. And now we have somebody here who has seen what was going on, who saw him firsthand. Sorry here, although it's just going off a little bit off the rails because he's not quite getting the difference between bias and degree of position. It's
right here.
That was strong, blah, 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 there. I followed Adam Aaron's last case at the Court of Chancery where his text message received to reveal that he was flagrantly screwing people over for his own benefit. So yeah, I joke about him. I also know some of y'all like him, so I try to be respectful. I'm on site right now. I'm guessing it's one of these under these filings. It's this current case. This is current case. This is the case where Adam Aaron showed himself was Linda Lau versus Dalian Wanda Group and Entertainment Holdings. This is the case number. The docs will probably disclose through briefing leading up to the settlement because it ended in transcript ruling. Why is that? The reason why that happens is they don't want the evidence to actually get out. Remember this? Wanda, remember that lawsuit with Linda Lau? Linda Lau! It gets better. It may be that explains the settlement terms. I'll have to look more into it later. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll try to do a digest of it in a couple of weeks before the notice period here opens up. All right.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr. Tuttle. His name is Tuttle, not Turtle. Turtle is the kid from Entourage. Although they kind of look alike. That's correct. You should
not
know
really
more about how Mr. Tuttle's inventory will be handled. But in my case, we're in for 70 to 90 days absolute minimum, in my opinion, unless they go through a petition to shorten the standard timeline. Okay. Jesus, I never thought it would take that long. Is it normal paraphrase?
Put the squeeze on hold a little long. What's another 90 days? Come on. What's another 90 days?
Blah, 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 blah. Right. Correct. The percent was only of those who showed up to vote. It would be very different if it were 80% of all existing shareholders, but it was 80% of those who showed up to vote, which is a small subset. There's your fucking facts right there. Take a look. Take a listen. We told you. We all told you guys this was happening. Are you aware of the law firm that looked into the case and said they couldn't find anything wrong with AMC trying to do blah, blah, blah?
I mean,
okay, I'll talk more.
It's not like that was a secret or anything. That anybody could know this. I mean,
of the law firm that looked into the case and said they couldn't find anything wrong with AMC trying to do blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll talk more about this when I dig into the merits of the case settle in a few weeks. Why don't you do a space? I mean, a lot of people will be interested in listening and blah, blah, blah. Got it. We'll do blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, does this give you any clarity? Does this give you any clarity about Adam Aaron? Huh? Flagrantly screwing people over for his own.
Well,
this woman sits in the fucking courts day in and day out, watches these courts, sees the evidence as presented, and she documents them. This woman should be celebrated. If I could give her some money, if she had a PayPal open, I'd send her money. Because that is all the confirmation.
Really, you'd send her money.
That Adam Aaron is dirty. And it's over, ladies and gentlemen. It is over. Now you have no choice. Now you have no choice, haters. Take a look. It's all going to come out. It's all going to come out. And let me
so fucking stupid.
I am going to file for receivership of this company. And I'm putting together.
What?
If you think I'm joking.
What the fuck?
I'm not. I am putting together something. I am not fucking around. Oh my God. Anymore. This is done. This is over with. And I will be coming at him. Believe me, Mr. Aarons, you are put on notice. We are coming.
Mr. Aarons, yeah, I'm coming after you. I mean, I've failed in everything I have tried to do. Everything I said I was going to do that was going to happen never happened. And, you know, I probably didn't even try, to be honest. But I'm coming after you, buddy. You're in trouble. What a clown.
I'm from Boston signing out. I'll see you guys after my
What a
Thursday.
dick.
Say a little prayer for me. I'm really not comfortable getting operated on. I'm pretty fucking scared, if I'm being honest. And I'm wondering, there's a part of me that's kind of paranoid.
Well, that's because you're an anti-scientific moron. Basically, you don't understand evidence-based thinking. That does not surprise me that you're scared to go in for surgery. What the fuck is this bullshit? Oh. That guy can spin anything. Holy shit. Now, we watched that one already. That was fairly retarded too. So anyway, back to this description of AMC's securities registered pursuant to Section 12 of the Securities Act 34. At the end of 2019, December 31st, 2019, this is the Q4, part of the Q4 filing for 2019, I suppose. That just came up here. It's Exhibit 412 of a larger filing. But it says that our authorized capital stock consists of 524,173,073 shares of Class A common stock, 75 million shares of Class B, and 50 million shares of preferred stock. That's what's authorized. As of December 31st, 2019, there were 52 million shares of Class A stock outstanding, 51 million shares of Class B common stock outstanding, and no shares of preferred stock outstanding. However, there were 50 million shares of preferred stock authorized. So I think got to go back a little further than that, but that is that's just filling in the picture a little bit better. Now, this is from the filing that I believe the filing that set the ape thing into motion. So they're amending the equity incentive plan, which I need to get back to because that's not this. That's what I was looking for, is the what do they call it? The equity incentive plan. Okay. Let's see. I think I was on this before, and There's no mention of preferred anywhere here on this particular page. That's let's see here. What was it? Tuttle. Well, oh fuck. Is this Tuttle? Oops. What the hell did I just do? God, I hate these news sites. Okay, Herald Tribune. Where's this out of? Somewhere in Florida? Miami? Brian Tuttle's plan. Now they're saying that he looks like Turtle from Entourage. Ah. I don't think so, really. I mean, maybe when he slimmed up, but that's him right there. You can get a sense of his stature. Plan was to build 15,000 homes and 4.2 million square feet of retail and office space on a 5,800 acre tract of land in the extreme northeast corner of Northport. Market forces will kill the project, dubbed the Isles of Athena. The Isles of Athena. South Florida Sod Incorporated, which sold the land to Tuttle in April 2005 for $24.6 million in cash and $36.9 million in debt, foreclosed on Tuttle's loan in March. That should mean the land will revert back to South Florida Sod as soon as the foreclosure suit is settled. This was in 2009, May 8th, 2009. I'm not sure why it says it was published on May 8th and then updated on May 7th. So that's that makes sense. Okay. But Tuttle, who has a history of fighting big dollar lawsuits, has no intention of walking away. In his answer to South Florida Sod's suit, Tuttle claims the company did extensive damage to the land in the years following his purchase. The damages were so extensive, in fact, that they exceeded the value of the $36.5 million mortgage, Tuttle claims. They did illegal burning without permits, and they let their cattle destroy several wetland preserve areas. As a result, 2,000 acres of wetlands have to be mitigated at a cost that could exceed $50 million. Weren't they going to build, all this crap on the land? Well, anyway, that's something. Oh, wait a minute. Now, there's some other stuff down here, too. George Kelsey, whose family owned the land for 32 years before selling it in 2000, said Tuttle greatly overpaid. These guys paid $10,600 per acre just 1 or 2 years after South Florida Sod paid $2,000 per acre, Kelsey said. Doesn't that make you think something strange was going on? Dennis Black, a Port Charlotte real estate consultant, agreed. Some of these guys had stupid money behind them and were just chasing anything they could get. South Florida Sod bought the land for $11.5 million in July 2003 and sold it less than 2 years later for a $50 million profit. Wow. Court records show and media reports show that Tuttle has always been a risk taker. A race car enthusiast who once competed at the Daytona International Speedway, the West Palm Beach businessman has had a rocky career. Plant nursery business he founded in 1987 and built into a major supplier of plants to Walmart and other large retailers wound up in bankruptcy 11 years later. We liquidated the business. I lost everything except my house, Tuttle told the Herald Tribune in 2005. But Tuttle said he quickly rebuilt himself into a developer and made $100 million buying and selling land in Florida from 99 to 2005. So he is an ape, I guess. Here's another bit of info. TuttleLandInvestments.com. About us, our story. Tuttle Land Investments, privately owned family company, 20 years of impressive experience. Has successfully completed 16 deals valued at $185 million. And are actively working on 15 more with anticipated closings of $165 million. Okay, cool. So they got, why is that? Tuttle prepares 200-acre project in Royal Palm Beach. Is that Tuttle Royale? Yes, Tuttle Royale. Right there on State Route 7, US 441 and Eric Boulevard. You know, down there, just south of Southern Boulevard. You know what I'm talking about, right? Okay. Anyway, cool. When did this go off? July 24th, 2018. $14 million loan for a 100-acre portion of planned mixed use. That's the Tuttle Royale. I don't know. Weird. Oh, you know what? Yeah, anyway. Okay. Adam Aaron exposed. Adam, do we have the text messages? Has anybody seen the text messages?
Since Sylvester coming at you with another video. Look, people, I was laying back on the couch getting ready to take a nap because I like to work nights, okay? And I got a text from somebody, and it was breaking news. And I said, oh, motherfucker, now I got to get up and do a recording. So here we go.
Oh, my gosh. Here we are.
When I seen it, I said, holy shit. Let me call Donahue. So I messaged Donahue. I said, I need to talk to you. Got some breaking news. And I text.
These guys are buddies. That's hilarious. They're buddies. Look at him. You see how animated he is here talking about calling up Donahue.
And do a recording. So here we go. I got a text message, and when I seen it, I said, holy shit. Let me call Donahue. So I messaged Donahue.
For first thing he thought, holy shit, let me call Donahue.
Donahue. I said, I need to talk to you. Got some breaking news. And I texted Al, and I told him, got some breaking news. And I told Donahue about it. And as I'm on the phone with Donahue, we spent about 10 minutes chatting back and forth. And Al calls me, and he said, what's going on? And I said, nothing much. And he said, have you seen my new video? And I said, no. And I said, I just got a text message, some breaking news. And he's like, is it about the text messages? And I said, what? You motherfucker. How the fuck you know about the text messages from Adam Aaron? And we talked for a few minutes about it. And the next one will be done. When the dog gets one thing to say. And we talked for a few minutes about it and everything. And I got one thing to say. Is, boy, your ass in trouble when the dog gets on your scent. But when you get a pack of dogs on your scent, because before I could tell Al had already found out, and Donahue was new to it, but the next one will be Donahue telling me something new, and so forth. But when all these dogs get on your ass, well, look at the text. This come from Chance the Lawyer that was on Tony's live stream last night. Check it out. This guy tweeted, I'm going to say this from now. I do not.
Okay, we went through this whole tweet thread. Do we have the text messages from Adam Aaron? That's yes or no?
Beneficial of shareholders on these cases. Stop. Now, light and what the impact has been in the court. He hasn't exactly proven himself to be an honorable, selfless man working for altruistic ends.
What CEO is a selfless man working for altruistic ends? That's not what CEOs are supposed to do. I mean, where's Lynn? I need Lynn. Lynn, get your ass in here. And altruistic. I mean, it almost seems like she's being over dramatic here. She's being what's the word? Allegorical or something. Like
that's powerful ass shit, people. And one more thing.
Like, why would you think he would be an effective altruist? Basically. I mean, that was FBF, not AA.
And this is the most important of all, is that she tweeted, the case where Adam Aaron showed himself was Linda LAO versus DALIAN Wanda Group and Entertainments Holding. The docket number CA 2019-0303. The documents were probably disclosed through briefing. She responds, I follow Adam Aaron's last case in the Court of Chancery where his text of messages sure seemed to reveal that he was flagrantly screwing people over for his own benefit. So yeah, I joke about him, but I also know some of y'all like him, so I try to be respectful. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I would like to see them text messages that she's talking about, and she gave us the case number. So, Mr. Donahue is a private investigator, and I'll stick right...
Oh, he's a private investigator? Huh. So okay. All right. Wow. Okay. I wonder if he's getting any business out of this AMC grift.
Right now, and I'll do my best. I got some amazing research people in my Discord, so they'll put that dog on the hunt for these text messages, and we'll get back with you on it. Until then, love y'all. Be blessed.
So CSI is our research team here, so I'll just let's let the research team handle it. All right, 10 million plus synthetic exposed. No. Congress investigating, even though it's not on the docket. We found out it's not on the docket. That's funny. FTX restarts operations. Yes, and SBF is going to be the CEO again.
To hear, and in today's video, we're going to be talking about.
Here, let's look at this here real quick. Oops. This is the motion to. Well, this is the petition update, but This is the petition by Ryan Tuttle. Petition to opt out of AMC's proposed class settlement. Now, I don't know what you need a change.org petition for this for, but it's to the judge. Request to be allowed to opt out of the settlement agreement. We are AMC Entertainment Holdings common stockholders who are part of the class in the above captioned case. Recently, it has come to our attention that a proposed settlement has been reached between the plaintiffs and AMC. After careful review of the proposed settlement, we do not believe that the terms of the settlement are in the best interest of shareholders as a class. Rather, the settlement appears to be a cash grab for the plaintiffs' attorneys who stand to gain significant fees rather than a fair and just resolution for shareholders. This kind of action is typical in Delaware Chancery Court, and counsel for the plaintiffs are repeat offenders. As such, we respectfully request that the undersigned be allowed to opt out of the settlement agreement. We further request the court deny any motion to lift the status quo order in effect at this time, until at minimum there is a resolution on the plaintiff's request for a declaratory relief. We believe the facts alleged on our behalf demonstrate a clear breach of DGCL 242, and equally as important, the fiduciary duty owed to shareholders. He didn't put the law, though, that he didn't put the statute number, the section of law that covers this. I don't know. Interesting. It is our opinion that the settlement agreement does not provide adequate compensation for the harm caused to the class as a result of the defendant's actions. Accordingly, lifting the status quo order prior to adjudication of our collective grievances will cause the class irreparable harm. Well, I mean, we would say that irreparable harm is already baked in at this point. Therefore, we respectfully request that the court allow us to opt out of the settlement agreement to pursue our own legal actions and do so with the previously adopted status quo order in effect. Now, they say here that they received a letter from Honorable Vice Chancellor Zern yesterday afternoon. This is from Friday. Vice Chancellor informed me that the court accepted my letter as a motion to intervene. Below is an excerpt from the letter. Court received a letter. Mr. Tuttle asked the court to accept his letter as a motion to intervene, which I will do. Blah, 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 blah. So I don't know. They're just saying that, the motion to intervene has been accepted, but that doesn't mean it's been approved. So, but there's nothing else here. They don't say anything else. Like they don't explain it or anything. So cool, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for being the voice for the masses of retail investors who are being taken advantage of. We pray for wisdom and safety throughout this process. Yes, let us pray. Thank you for fighting for retail and for justice. We have been taken advantage of and needs this injustice of ape stopped from further harming us with reverse split and taking our shares. It was not for free, as AA claimed, but took 1/3 value from AMC shares and done without pre-approval. Wow. Taken advantage of, huh? Tony?
Do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case. I don't really think that's the case.
Okay, I agree. I'm glad you agree. Jesus fuck. Okay, fine. Is that what you're saying?
How brokers and data providers just exposed billions of AMC synthetics.
Well, it says 10 million plus here, so
how the
typo?
Fed is
currently M and B are close together on the keyboard.
Protecting these major banks so they don't have to close out of their illegal short positions. Hey, welcome to AMC Daily.
God, this is some
garbage. If you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on post notifications by hitting the bell so you never miss any of our uploads and also enter our giveaway. But everyone remember, this is not a
giveaway. Now, what's this about a giveaway? I don't see any. Giveaway? What? I like money. Giveaway? What are you talking about, giveaway? Facebook community? Is it on? No. No, you're not getting me to go on to Facebook. All right.
Advice video. So you know that these data providers and these brokers have absolutely no idea what the true AMC float and the true AMC market cap actually is.
Oh my God.
Name any number under the sun for the float and for the market cap. And we've seen it. We've seen market caps ranging from 400 million shares to 500 million to 600 million to 900 million to a billion to 1.5 billion, and I'm sure even more. And we've seen the AMC and APE market caps ranging from $1 billion to $2 billion, $3 billion, $5 billion, and even to $8 billion. And by now, we know these brokers and these data providers have absolutely no idea what the true float and true market cap actually is. And what's even worse is they don't even care to fix it. And what makes it even more suspicious is that these issues only seem to happen to AMC and to APE and to GameStop. Sometimes as well. These issues seem to only impact these three stocks in the entire market. These issues never happen to Apple, Tesla, Amazon.
Yeah, no, you can't say that. You cannot say that.
Or many other companies.
Unless you're watching all these stocks, you're watching 7,000 other stocks, and you can say that, okay. Or if you have run a computer program that you know, seeks them out, sure. But you got to show data for that. People who only pay attention to meme stocks cannot claim that meme stocks are being treated differently. I'm so sick of hearing this.
Like that, just to AMC, APE, and GameStop. And
literally to three stocks. Just literally just those three. Okay.
After Adam Aron has contacted these data providers directly, they still haven't fixed the issues, or they still don't know how many shares actually exist. We can see here AMC is showing shares outstanding of 1.5 billion shares. And on this tab here, we've also got APE showing the same shares outstanding of 1.5 billion shares too. Neither the shares outstanding nor the floats for APE or for AMC is anywhere close to 1.5 billion. But now Yahoo has gone one step further to exposing how many synthetics are actually out there and is showing the true number of shares outstanding and the implied number of shares outstanding, aka likely factoring in the synthetics. As you can see,
likely factoring in the synthetics. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Anywhere close to 1.5 billion. But now Yahoo has gone one step further to exposing how many synthetics are actually out there and is showing the true number of shares outstanding and the implied number of shares outstanding, aka likely factoring in the synthetics. As you can see, Voiceless has tweeted saying that Yahoo Finance has recently included a new field they call implied shares outstanding. This obviously seems to not only factor in the number of shares outstanding, but the number of synthetic is outstanding as well.
God.
To get the implied true number of shares outstanding, we can see on this page here, which is the Yahoo Finance page for AMC Entertainment Holdings preferred shares, aka APs. The number of shares outstanding is here, 519 million shares, but the implied shares outstanding is 2.79 billion. And again, same for AMC. We've got the number of shares outstanding at 517 million, but the number of implied shares outstanding is 781 million. Now, again, what makes this even more funny is the fact there's not 519 million APs. There's around 900 million APs. But either way, it seems Yahoo is still trying to factor in the true number of shares and the true number of synthetics. Again, what makes this even more crazy is the number of implied shares outstanding for APE of 2.7.
Okay, so right here on Yahoo itself, we have some footnotes. Implied shares outstanding has a footnote. It says here, let me make this bigger. Excuse me. I mean, this shit debunks itself. This is what I mean. It debunks itself. Implied shares outstanding of common equity, assuming the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. Assuming the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. What is subsidiary equity in AMC? What could it possibly be? I mean, I actually, if it were APE, it would be higher than that, I would think. So it's only 781. So they're only adding, and then actually it says 517, 580. We're talking about 264 million shares. Is that? I thought the APE was more than that. But if it converted 1 to 1, anyway, we got to find 264 million shares that could be converted. Maybe it's the how about this? Maybe it's the shares that are not vested that are being held by insiders. So maybe it's the non-vested shares. I don't know. Does that seem like a possibility? How do we find that? AMC. We need the filings, I guess. So we just go to that last earnings release, I think, and it should say. I guess that's not what I wanted. Yeah. It doesn't really matter. I just need to be able to get to the okay. I had this problem last time viewing it on this system. Well, I'll continue looking. Wait, yeah, we can get it off, grab it off here, I guess. Sure, whatever. Mine safety disclosures. Ridiculous. Oh shit. No, nope. I forget what the hell the section's called. Stock-based compensation. But there's the plan amendment due to stock split. Equity incentive plan to entitle each participant 1 AMC preferred equity unit and 1 share for each RSU. Oh, I just get to search for vest, maybe? Vested. Total non-vested as of September 30th, 9.6 million. Because there should be 500, if they're saying there's 517 million AMC common, then there should be 517 of APE too. So that's 264 million doesn't work. Only a couple more. Well, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's over for the whole period of time. I'm not sure, but anyway, it says right here, and it says the conversion of all convertible subsidiary equity into common. So it seems like it should be actually higher. And I thought, well, okay, maybe they're adding the shares short, but that's not it either, even though that would be another valid way of looking at it. I think that's what, by the way, I'm not sure if this is right or not, but it seems like the apes might, well, some of them at least, I'm not sure. I don't know because they talk about synthetics. And I've actually heard it referred to as such concerning the long position that's created with a shorted share. However, not in a nefarious way, not in any type of illegal way, just that, okay, now you've created a second long exposure on this equity. It's not a bad thing. It's temporary, and in any case, it's a temporary exposure. Or it's a temporary additional exposure. But I don't know if that's what they refer to because they also say counterfeit or fraudulent. So it's neither of those things. It's neither fraudulent nor is it counterfeit. It's a normal function of the market. So S3 does this. S3 Partners. You'll find maybe a tweet by them that will show how they say it, but can be old. I don't even care if it's old. It's just they used to give out a lot more. I want one actually from what's it called? eHor. Okay, this is a good example. This is from April 12th. So recent. AMC short interest is $749 million. 137.93 million shares shorted. 26.71% short interest percentage of float. 21.08% S3 short interest percentage float. 237.82% fee. Okay, the line I'm concerned about is this one here. I haven't heard anybody talk about this. Nobody. Never. 21.08% S3 SI percent float. What do they mean? Well, they're saying there's 137.93 million shares shorted. Let me get something here. Okay, and we saw here that says that the I just want to be accurate here. Okay, so they are saying of the float. Where is it? Here. 514.75. Yeah, sorry guys, it's whiteboard time. Okay, so they say over here, Ehor says 137.93 million. So this is a float. Okay. So that's a total of 652 0.68 million. This is the S3 float, I believe. So if we do this out of this, do this, we get 21. That's this ratio here is 21%. Is that what it was? .08% S3, SI percent float. Yes. So that's how they get that. And what they're doing is they are factoring in the shorted shares, because each share that's shorted, that's a share that is sold. So for every seller, there's a buyer. So somebody's buying that, and that person has a long position. Those are the synthetic shares, quote unquote. But they're not really synthetic shares, because first of all, nobody really owns a share. You don't really own shares. You have a contractual exposure that basically simulates the return if you owned a share. I mean, I'm not making this up. This is the way it works, actually. But anyway, there's one company that owns all the shares. That the DTCC basically says, all right, you own everything, but keep track of all these people out there that we've told, that, you bought, quote unquote, 100 shares of Apple. Okay. Keep track of which brokers and their totals, basically. And if Apple goes up, then if somebody from this brokerage sells a share and that brokerage bought it, then do the math. Just keep track. And that's what they do. That's how it works. So the S3 float is the float plus the synthetics. The synthetic long positions that are synthetic long exposures. So on April 12th, which was what, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, one of those days, he said, yes, this guy was asking, is there anything else that you can context that you can provide? Yes, there's just no stock left to borrow and still high demand to short the stock. I'm seeing slivers of stock borrows going at way above the 500% fee level. I mean, he's not going to answer that. What is driving this behavior with shorts, especially with rates this high? I would assume you would only want to pay these fees for a short while, if at all. AMC short interest also keeps climbing. In your opinion, why would a company want to pay such a high cost to borrow to continue to short a $5 stock? Doesn't make sense unless they don't have money to close their short position. Money to close their short position. That's exactly this person's thoughts as well. No, not when the price is practically guaranteed to go down after. I believe they mean the conversion, but they said conversation, but I think they mean conversion. You should be getting audio, Lynn, I think. But Lynn, hey. Oh yeah. So Lynn, I'm glad you're here actually. But maybe I should just find the tweet myself. Um, okay, well, I'll get the tweets on queued up then, and Model 3 dude hears me. Good. Oh, Model 3 dude. How's the race? Let's see. I think it was pretty recent. Oh, come on. Are you in Indianapolis right now, Model 3 dude? Or you're talking about Indy cars? Just talking about the cars. Where are you? Because if so, I'm coming over tomorrow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to be in the office today. Got to go. Let's see here. Where the hell is it? Maybe they took it down. Long Beach Grand Prix. Okay, cool. Well, anyway, Lynn's not even back yet, so um, you are. Can you hear me then? Sounds like you can hear me then. Am I on the right? Okay, now I'm on the right one. I can't find the I can't remember, and I really don't want to listen to Al from Boston say it again, but I'll just see if I can find it in his video because boy, it is hard to listen to. Maybe can you?
Everybody's out from Boston. Let's kick it off.
Are you available to come into the voice chat? Oh, sweet. Nice. Let's see, where is that casino? Uh, I don't think they have casino gambling in Indianapolis, but they do have riverboat gambling. That's not exactly in Indianapolis though, because it's on the Ohio River. So never mind, but it's down, oh, down by Florence, Kentucky, actually, but well, there's a couple. Anyway, I was gonna say, all right, fine, let's meet at the casino, but let's see here. All right. I don't know what if Lynn said that she could or she was available to voice chat or not, but yeah, I was wondering if you did have the capability to, because I want your opinion on something here regarding something that is, I guess, becoming a, well, you know how this thing is. It's then there's this thing, and then there's that thing, and this thing is actually nothing, and this thing is ridiculous. And okay, pop on in if you can. So let's see here. I gotta get okay. Let me find the section
Ape.
here.
UK ape, of course.
I guess it was maybe about here. So while we wait for Lynn, we'll pop back over to the futures and back to the futures. Looks like, well, I don't want to say, but now maybe Maverick of Wall Street is showing himself to be a genius now. Natural gas is creeping up, but oil's flat. Stocks are basically flat. The NASDAQ is exactly flat right now, up 1/4. Not a quarter of a percentage or anything, just literally a quarter. Hey, Lynn.
Hi, Scotty.
How you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So listen, to this here. I won't put you through listening to Al from Boston talk about it. But this court reporter for the Delaware Chancery Court, I guess this person has been reporting on the Delaware Chancery Court for some time. They're experienced. I believe they're a former attorney, but they're basically their job is to report on this. I guess maybe for an independent, or maybe it's their own publication or something. But they tweet about it, and they've kind of, I don't want to say gotten friendly with the apes, but I guess they have because she's been on Tony DeNaro's channel, believe it or not, already. So Tony got exclusive scoop with this person who is basically an insider at the court. So she's saying in a Twitter exchange that she said some things, I guess, that were less than flattering about Adam Aaron on Tony's channel, and somebody had a problem with that, which is, I mean, that's just cute, isn't it? Disgusting. But she says that her criticisms were based on what she has seen in previous cases where Adam Aaron's text messages have come to light and what the impact has been in the court. And then she says, quote, "He hasn't exactly proven himself to be an honorable, selfless man working for altruistic ends," unquote. And my first thought hearing that was, okay, CEOs are not selfless, nor are they necessarily altruistic. I don't know if that's supposed to be sarcastic or like allegorical or something, or intentionally like over dramatic, but I mean, what CEOs are honorable, selfless men working for altruistic ends? That doesn't sound like the profile of a CEO really to me. But I wanted your opinion because, you know, you know a lot more of those types than I do.
Well, I would start by saying that an insider at the court could be somebody who doesn't have a full-time job and therefore has the luxury of going and sitting in the courtroom during proceedings.
I think they might have some type of paid service or something like that. Because I know they say that they don't normally post this stuff for free. I remember them saying that before. Just adding that in there. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's actually worse, in my opinion. To have
Fair enough. Fair.
inside access to courtroom proceedings, and then go and make that information public for pay, kind of flies in the face of the actual ethics and responsibilities of somebody involved in the court system. One thing about working for a court is that, you know, you don't get to be a blabbermouth. You're supposed to have better discretion and impulse control than that.
And she may only be, you know, disclosing what would be part of the public record, you know, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure because they do redact and they you know, there are plenty of things that they say they can't talk about. So, you know, again, just in full disclosure, Manuel thinks that she's just a reporter, like a court reporter. So maybe insider wasn't the best term to characterize her, but it's still odd to me. It's still odd that, I mean, but
well, court reporters don't get to keep their transcripts. That becomes part of the official record. So
right.
the person would have to go back to the publicized case that's on that court's website. And it's usually very limited. You know, they'll give you the date, the parties who appeared, a summary of what the hearing was for, and, you know, if there was a continuation or what. They don't typically post rulings and decisions, although those can be posted later after the judge or judges write them up and sign off on them. I mean, if this person is not citing case numbers that you can go look up and read for yourself, then to me it's kind of suspect. It's like they're just, you know, we take them at their word, and you know, like they should be citing the courtroom, the judges, the docket, you know, the case number, who was there, what the final outcome was. Give me something that I can verify, other than just, otherwise you're just giving me your opinion. You're saying I'm a court insider. Well, you could be inside the court listening to the hearing. You know, courtrooms are mostly open to public unless it's like a criminal trial for murder or something. And even then, a lot of times you can, you know, get a lottery number, go inside, and that's how the YouTube true crime channels get their information. Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah, I'm looking at her website now, but and I'm not. It doesn't really. So Chancery Daily is a preeminent news source for in-depth analysis of Delaware Chancery litigation. That's what somebody else said on a testimonial. So I don't know how to classify this.
Sounds like a person who's just going to the court proceedings, sitting in them, listening to them. You're not typically allowed to take notes, and you're definitely not allowed to do any audio recording or video recording. But that doesn't mean that people don't find a way to do that, despite the court.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
maybe she's got a really good memory, you know. And it sounds like she's just reporting back her observation and opinions on what she saw. And who knows how in depth, if she's just a regular person off the street going and observing and then reporting, who knows what her true understanding of court proceedings and actually is.
on Twitter,
maybe she's retired.
Yeah, I don't know. It just says that
a little more understanding, but not like a lawyer.
It says that or somewhere it said that I read that she was a lawyer, but anyway,
court reporters are basically people who can type shorthand.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought read somewhere that she is a lawyer. She's an attorney, or she was an attorney, or something like that. I'm trying to find anything though, because I don't think her real name is on here. So anyway, so in your opinion, it's kind of questionable from the beginning, but Manny says the reporting so far is based on reading and analyzing public information. So I
Yeah,
guess
it
just
sounds
the
like
public
more of
filings,
a
and she's interpreting them maybe because she's a lawyer. And so maybe that's where the value supposedly comes in because, Delaware courts deal with, corporations, corporate law. Every corporation is based there. It's an old
okay.
court.
Let me just
Yeah.
let me interject something real quick here.
Yep.
Lawyers are trained to work with facts, not with personal opinions. A criminal defense attorney doesn't look at their client and think, well, he's obviously a scumbag, but I'm going to represent him anyway. They look at the facts. Can they prove
Right.
innocence or guilt based on the facts and evidence of the case? So for a lawyer to come out and say, oh, he's proven himself to be, not ethical and a shady guy for a CEO is really atypical to somebody who's been trained
Yeah.
to work and think like a lawyer.
To be right. To say, well, I saw some of his text messages in a previous case, and let me tell you, he is not an altruistic guy. Let me tell you that. That seems kind of weird.
Okay, the only way they
Seems
would
very odd.
the only way they would see that, the only way they would see text messages is if they were sitting in the courtroom during an evidentiary hearing.
I don't know how. Yeah.
Presented to the jury.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
You see text messages. That evidence is never part of the public record.
Yeah. Don't know.
Discussion of the evidence may be, but in some cases, but the evidence itself is not presented to the public typically, unless you want to go to the courthouse and pull the file for that case. Now that may be
Maybe she did. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe because it would technically be
going to the
public record, but you wouldn't get that online, right?
Anybody can go to the courthouse and say, I'd like to see the file for, Smith versus Smith, on this date, and you can review the record unless it's sealed. So she may be going to the courthouse, physically looking through the case documents and then forming her opinion from that.
Right.
But to make statements like, oh, he's a shady dude, is not typically what you'll hear from most attorneys or former attorneys, even off the record, unless the case is, a couple decades old and nobody's interested in it anymore, and they're maybe discussing it at a cocktail party or something among friends, other lawyers or something. They might give an opinion like that, but most attorneys do not speak that way. They just don't. They are trained to deal with facts. And they don't go into emotions and personal opinion because it's not how you win a law case.
I think she fell for the apes, to be honest with you. I think it's a love-hate relationship. It's one of those love-hate relationships because she's kind of snapped at them a little bit too, like saying like, it says here, this is not an AMC ape account. This is an account that covers the court. And if you, I don't know, there's just some snippy tweets like saying like if you guys like because somebody was there was the one of the ones that's in this video, which is not flattering to the apes at all here. Let me go back to the screen here, and let me make it so you can see that on your phone too. Oops, yeah, there we go. Okay. You should be able to see it now. Whether it's too small, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is from Al's video, and it says that somebody tweeted to her and responded and said, I'm going to say this for now. I do not like or respect this account, Chancery Daily. Odd vibes and has zero positive interest for AMC. Be wary of this account and do not take them seriously. Their opinions are just that, opinions like everyone else has on Twitter. Hashtag AMC. So it's an ape basically saying to this court reporter person, like, they're odd vibes and they're not positive about AMC. Don't take them seriously. And then they responded and said, I'm giving odd vibes because I don't have a positive interest for AMC, question mark. Straight face emoji. Y'all, this isn't the booster club. I'm not here to cheerlead for any stock or company. Please read my pinned post and understand the point of getting unbiased, factual, and legal information that is not opinion. That's what they said.
But she's not being unbiased.
Yeah.
She's making
Then
a character judgment on Adam Aaron. That's not unbiased. So she's full of shit right there. Sorry.
right,
Like I see it.
right. So then when she says that he hasn't exactly proven himself to be an honorable, selfless man for working for altruistic needs, first of all, that is her opinion of whatever she saw, which we cannot see.
That's
That's
also
not,
not his job. So
and that right there is what I wanted you to address. Why would you expect someone to be that if they're a CEO? Seems odd, and seems like somebody who covers the court in the the country that deals with more corporate litigation than any other court. So she should know something about corporations and business. Why would I mean it boggled my mind, and that's why I thought about you, because I was curious what you think.
well, it's like she's not pro apes, but she's anti Adam Aaron. So
I guess so,
they
yeah.
must have lost some money on AMC at some point, and they have a little bit of a grudge match to go through. It's kind
Yeah.
of that's my take, because she's contradicting herself and kind of trying
Yeah.
to have it both ways. Like, I'm an ape, but I would never admit that because that would make me look foolish. But I'm still pissed off at this guy because I think that he did shady things and I lost money, is what I read between the lines. Now, that's my opinion. So take that with a
Right.
grain of salt. But that's what it seems like to me, because his job is not to be altruistic and working for the greater good of humanity. His job is to run the business profitably and increase the value and decrease the liabilities of the company that he's in charge of. And also, you have to keep in mind, he's also the chairman of the board of directors and the CEO. So there's two tracks that kind of converge at play regarding what he does to the company and how much control he has over the company. But
Right.
to say, oh, well, this is not a booster club for AMC, but Adam Aaron's a shady guy. Well, okay, which pick a side, just pick a side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
his job's not to be altruistic. His job's not to make anybody rich. His job's to make AMC profitable. And if the shareholders make money by virtue of that, then everything is going according to plan or
Mm-hmm.
best case scenario. And if that doesn't happen, then it's up to him to, take the wheel and kind of change the course of direction until that happens. And it's not always as easy as people think. Just to run a business it's very complex. I mean, CEOs don't become CEOs because they're dummies or because they're just super charming
Mm-hmm.
guys or because they're
Mm-hmm.
well connected. Those things help, but they have to have a fundamental understanding of the basics of how to run a large corporation. And there's a lot more to that than just showing movies and selling popcorn. That's like the surface level, and there's a whole
Mm-hmm.
iceberg underneath that they have to keep on track. So, they have to juggle a lot of plates and wear a lot of hats and never let on that they're stressed out or that they're doubtful. That's, they can't, they have to save face always, because as soon as you appear weak, the wolves come trying to take your job, trying to
Mm-hmm.
take your company, trying to do a hostile takeover of your company, trying to revolt and make threats about you or your company, as we've seen the apes do. Not
Yeah.
all of them, but some. So there's a lot to being a CEO, and they don't get there because they're just average at math.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it works.
Model 3 dude says they are very ego driven. Very ego driven.
Absolutely, you have to be. You
Mm-hmm.
you have to be. You can't be insecure, thin-skinned, and lacking the ability to make direct, decisive actions and become a successful CEO. You'll just be eaten alive. It doesn't happen that way. They have to be a little bit narcissistic, a little bit full of themselves, and hyper confident, and able to take that leadership role. So Yeah, they are ego driven for sure. You have to be. It's kind of almost a job requirement, really.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that aren't are the ones that quickly fail.
So here's one that says yes, you're correct. It was a $17 million payout to AMC. That's the same case. There was a special litigation committee who didn't bother to collect text messages. And then the plaintiff's lawyers came in and did better work and got Adam Aaron's text messages and settled. They got a $17 million recovery for the company for stockholders, but it was based upon Adam Aaron's breach of fiduciary duty. Yeah, so that just explaining, I guess, more about those text messages. But then Manuel reminded us, and I have the document here actually. Oops.
Jeff goes in.
Oh no, shut up, Al. No. This this one here is a lawsuit that's from 2018. It is Hawaii Structural Iron Workers Pension Trust Fund, individually on behalf of all others similarly situated, versus AMC Entertainment Holdings, Adam Aaron, and the board, and Credit Suisse, Merrill Lynch, and others. And it is relating to when AMC bought Carmike Theaters, which I don't know, is that in California, right, or something? I don't know where it's at, but
I don't know unless they have theaters under a different name, like, Century or something like that.
well, I guess now they're AMC, but I guess they bought this company and the plaintiffs allege that AMC failed to disclose the financial struggles of the Carmike Theater Group that they were purchasing or something, and it was a bad investment or something. I'm not sure. I didn't read the whole thing. It's 79 pages here, but they bought Carmike for $858 million. And they gave him some shares, bridge loan. Carmike operated 271 theaters. AMC's SEC filings describe Carmike as one of the nation's largest motion picture exhibitors and a U.S. leader in digital cinema, 3D cinema deployments, and alternative programming. Well, I guess then, and this also.
But that can be true.
It can't. Yeah, right.
Can be true. They can be that, and they can also be financially distressed.
Right. Knowledge on the part of AMC. Let's see. With respect to Carmike, defendants knew that AMC's operating performance was being adversely impacted. Defendants knew facts. So I guess.
How did they know? Well,
it says here, defendants as AMC. Defendant knew AMC's operating performance. So I guess they're saying that after this deal closed, AMC's operating performance was impacted negatively by the acquisition. And I guess AMC would have been, expected to know this because they would have reported the numbers. I guess I'm not sure. I'm just scanning through it here, but Adam Aaron admitted that the previously undisclosed matters about Carmike's operations, which caused it to underperform financially prior to its acquisition by AMC, had made Carmike an attractive acquisition candidate, stating that, quote, one of the allures to us of acquiring Carmike was revenue weakness it had been experiencing since 2016. So they knew, I guess.
So they got a deal. They got a deal on it. They got a
right.
deal, basically, is what he's
Yep.
saying. It's got potential. It's not performing. We're getting it at a great price.
And I don't remember.
It will be profitable in time.
Right. I don't know how this ended up. I don't remember whatever happened with this lawsuit, but this was one from 2018, and then there was another one, a spin-off lawsuit from that I think was in 2021. So anyway, But that, I mean, none of this surprises me.
Less. No,
Right.
and it costs AMC less to settle this than to litigate it.
Right. Which is, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Which I suppose they're trying to do now.
There are mergers. Yeah, there are mergers and hostile takeovers all the time where companies take over another company that's underperforming with the intention that it will be an asset, but that's not going to happen in the first 2 weeks that they've taken it over. It's going to take some time.
Right.
So they're looking at the big picture, and the reward over time validates the risk in the short term of taking on something that's distressed because they believe they can make it perform. And those are the kind of judgment calls that CEOs have to make. And somebody who's a shareholder who has no business experience is or acumen is not going to be looking at the long term. They're going to be looking at why is this thing that I'm invested in buying something that's going to lower their value to me in the short term when the CEO is looking down the road 5 years, 10 years. They have to look at the big picture.
Right.
Long term, not short term.
Yeah, right. And like in the case of something like this, acquiring physical locations that are underperforming, okay, well, what are you going to want to do? You're going to want to rebrand them. You're going to want to do construction work. You're going to want to, you know, bring them under the umbrella of your company's branding. And, you know, that's going to take time to do. And if they have hundreds of locations, well, you're not going to be able to do all those at the same time for, you know, different reasons. So it's going to take time. This lawsuit was 2 years after the acquisition, I guess. And I would say that's still a relatively short period of time.
That's
You know,
nothing. That's
to
nothing.
deal
It's
with.
like buying a foreclosed house. Okay. You buy a house that's in foreclosure. The last tenants beat it to hell. Okay. The plumbing's shot. The walls have holes in them. You know, the windows are broken. It needs new carpeting. It just needs to be almost gutted and rebuilt.
Yeah.
So if you buy that foreclosed house thinking you're going to rent it out a month from the time that escrow closes and start making a profit on it, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to take you 6 months or maybe a year to fix that house up to where you can rent it for a profit. And it's the same basic principle buying a distressed business, right? You're going to have to fix it up. You're going to, like you said, you're going to have to rebrand it. I was working at Kinko's, which is I don't think they have them outside of California, but it was basically a copy.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, we have those out here. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I was working at Kinko's
Oh
when
boy.
FedEx office took it over. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we left at night and we came back the next morning and a team had come in like a bunch of little carpenter ants and changed all the signage, changed everything, changed our voicemail, changed the planogram of the store, you know, but it's still, people were still coming in and calling it Kinko's for like 2 years after they made the rebranding. So these things take time.
People still call it Kinko's here. I think plenty of people still say Kinko. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it takes time for customer perception to change. It takes time for you to start making money on something after you've rebranded it. And sometimes you lose customers because people were loyal to Kinko's and they didn't want to go to FedEx. You know, people are loyal to Cinemark and they didn't want to go to, you know, AMC.
Right.
So there's a lot of things involved, but some people are just sue happy and they look for any opportunity to file a lawsuit. And they know that most times it's easier for a company to just go, yeah, here, just take some money and go away.
Right.
To actually go through the litigation and pay their $700 an hour corporate attorneys to hash things out. And, you know, I mean, I'm looking back at the, you know, I saw text messages that said, how did that happen?
Right.
Like, either you are an insider, you were a party to the lawsuit, or, you know, you were sitting in the courtroom during that part of the hearing. How did you see that? That's evidence. And that's not going to be, or you went to the courthouse and you pulled up that file and you spent hours poring over it. And, you know, that's how you got your information. So, but to say, oh, he's not altruistic and working for the greater good. Good.
I thought that I thought that was bizarre.
Profits, right?
I thought that was incredibly bizarre.
Profits.
Right.
He's not supposed to be a philanthropist. If he was,
Yeah.
you like Bill Gates, okay? And people don't like Bill Gates either, so you can't win.
No, or
business person, you really can't win.
Or if you know, speaking about altruists, I mean, you know, the ultimate corporate CEO altruist is Sam Bankman-Fried. He was he was member of that Society of Effective Altruists or whatever it was, and supposedly they were going to make as much money as many billions as they could so that they could do the most good with and whatever with
Give
it.
it all away, yeah. You can make money off your money and then give it to other people that
Right.
you may or may not.
And it was basically a cover for fraud. It was a cover for a massive fraud.
Altruism.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
typical altruism.
that's what
And
you're.
look what they did. They bought a nice place in the Bahamas and some nice cars and a private jet. And then, oh, look, there's really not much left to give away.
Right. Yeah. Even the funds that we said that we have that people gave us, to put in their accounts, we don't even have those. Now, I want to go to this video here. Tony's video at 54 minutes and 35 seconds is supposedly where she badmouths Adam Aaron. I'm just curious what she says on here. Look, Tony with his goddamn cowboy hat. Man, I wish I could play songs on here. Anyway, all right.
I think I would have gone to the preliminary injunction hearing especially if I were Adam Aaron, because I think he's kind of arrogant and obviously thinks he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. I mean, that's sort of been the thrust of his behavior that I've seen in the past. I mean, he seems to get away with things that I think are egregious, kind of I don't know, taking advantage of folks' behavioral kind of things. But he also seems to, I don't know, be a risk taker. And it's surprising to me. So I wonder the same thing, honestly. I don't know. I actually have really the same question, and I don't have a good sense of why, other than that somehow that's why I'm still not settled on, I think in one sense that people are saying that this is a fair settlement to stockholders, and I don't fully disagree. I don't think it's a patently bad deal. I don't just hate it. I don't look at it and go, oh my God, what is this? It's probably the biggest settlement in sort of.
7 minutes.
Uh-oh, Hedgie's got her.
So
cut her off.
Yeah, I'm trying a new phone service integrated with my PC. This is not a cell phone that she's calling. And I've been testing a few of them out. This is the first one that we've, the idea was to have 1 minute conversations, not 1 hour conversations. Okay, we're back.
Hi. So I think it's the biggest settlement dollar equivalent wise that someone will ever have gotten for a fiduciary duty claim case. I mean, you have to look at, I understand that it doesn't seem like a good deal just to people maybe generally or in some sense, but the fact is that these claims are only worth a certain amount of sort of what they've been worth historically for a certain type of breach of fiduciary duty. They have value not as to how you think you were harmed as stockholders in terms of market value or something. They have value in terms of what do these class of cases in the past, how are they valued in terms of when a fiduciary breaches a certain type of duty, how do those cases get valued by the court? I don't know. It's interesting because the way, like I said before, with all the market forces, you can't necessarily look at the way that the market ate up your money and say, I get all that money back because Adam Aaron did this and it caused this harm.
Right.
Because there's so many other forces at play. So you have to kind of also look at how the court has compensated classes for this kind of breach before, and then say, in that context, this goes through the way that it was proposed, it'll probably be the largest class action settlement of its type ever.
Really?
And so,
Wow.
Yeah, I think for sure 100 million or 110 million equivalent.
I find that hard to believe
Whatever.
personally.
I mean, however, it was. I don't know. Like I
out of all of the class action settlements that have happened ever, 100 million is the largest. The largest is AMC.
Can I
You
interject
absolutely
something?
go right ahead.
Fiduciary responsibility breach suits are surprisingly easy to win for plaintiffs because they are not worth litigating. The burden of proof is so subjective that it's easier for the corporation to just throw some money than to pay the lawyers to try to sort it out and argue it. It's just
They'll end up spending less money, you're saying, by just settling it instead of trying to fight it and spending a lot of money on legal fees and then end up having to pay out money anyway.
absolutely. And then there's the publicity factor too. Like you don't want that stuff in the news, and the longer that it drags out and the more high profile the case becomes, the more it's going to reflect badly on the corporation. So sometimes it's better to just say, here's some money, go away. I mean, does a CEO have a fiduciary responsibility to his shareholders? Yes, but I think that damages are difficult to prove. But if the company is willing to say, yeah, it's just a pain in the butt,
and I think,
and just settle, we'll settle.
right, and
we fold.
I think what she's saying too is, and I think I agree with that, the actions. I mean, what she's not saying that's being implied here is I think that the company itself, the organization is one entity, and the stock that is supposedly the stock for that company, that is something different. And so the company's actions absolutely impact the way that the stock trades in the open market. However, it's not the only thing that determines determines the market for that company's equity security. So, you could say, okay, we've lost, 85% of our whatever. Well, maybe a portion of that is because of certain actions by certain other people, but some of that is also because of other things that are outside of AMC's control even. Or it's just the way the market is, the way the market traded this stock. So, or the fact that it was manipulated by retail investors or whatever. And
Absolutely, that's absolutely true.
and so I agree with that part of what she's saying. But Manny says that he thinks she is playing the apes like markets with May. She can outsmart the apes, and I could see that point too, because yeah, absolutely.
I think she's not an attorney, but she could possibly be a legal clerk or a paralegal or a law
I swear it
secretary.
says on her.
Just enough about law to be dangerous.
Okay. Well, it says here on her Twitter, "Don't blame me, I'm a lawyer." It says it, and I don't know, that's on Twitter, is what it says. So, and I think that people are under the impression that she is a lawyer. I don't know if she is. It says that she is. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Some of
My
it's
dad was an aerospace engineer, and I'm a rocket scientist. So there you go.
yeah, right. But I do agree with that point. But why would it seems odd to me that she would go on Tony DeNaro's channel, honestly, and I mean, he gets these types of people because he asks for them, and he makes those calls, and he tries to get these interviews and whatever. But it yeah, it's just another weird thing. Um, let's see.
What I heard from her was a lot of, I think, it
Right.
seems to me, as far as I can
She
see,
she
I
didn't
don't
seem
know.
yeah, she
I'm not
didn't seem
sure.
practically or particularly evidence based in what she was saying, although she did say, whatever the court has valued these types of fiduciary breaches at in the past, and that's probably true because it's not going to be based on the market price. It's going to be based on what has like the precedent in that court, is basically what she was saying. Like,
Probably the court will value it at whatever the company's parties stipulate to. the company's
Yeah.
lawyers stipulate to. They say, we'll
Right.
go as high as this.
Right. As long as it's not like way off the charts. But I mean, they're also saying that it's the largest settlement of its type. I still don't know. I don't know how to look that up, but you know, I mean,
I
it's
bet
certainly
the Johnson & Johnson talcum powder class action is a lot higher.
well, yeah, maybe. I mean, are we talking inflation adjusted or not? I mean, but I don't know.
Believe me, the attorneys have a formula that they use, and they say, okay, for us to litigate this out, it's going to cost this much over this span of time and bring in this much, negative attention, and it's going to throw these other things into, into chaos. Whereas we could settle for this much right now, have it be done with, and move on to really important things like, are our tax ducks all in a row for the IRS?
Well,
SEC filings all up to date, things like that
right.
are actually really, really important and can cost a huge amount of money compared to a fiduciary breach class action suit by a bunch of people who have their nose out of joint because they think that the company bought something that's not going to make them, wealthy overnight.
So the Johnson & Johnson talc settlement is $8.9 billion. But this is claiming that a product caused cancer. So, I mean, this to me seems like legitimate settlement. Um, like, okay, yeah, baby powder caused cancer. If they can reasonably prove that, whatever standard they have to prove it to, uh, or however it works. But I mean, this is not the same type of. There's no like. So I don't know exactly what they mean by this type. The largest settlement of this type, talking about like um, stock fraud or securities, fiduciary duty breach. Still doesn't
Was it
seem like it would
specified
be.
as that, or is just
That's
class
what
action overall?
I think they said. It's the largest settlement of its type. Here, let me go back.
Is that these claims are only worth a certain amount of sort of what they've been worth.
Yeah.
Market forces, you can't necessarily for this kind of breach before and then say in that context, this goes through the way that it was proposed. It'll probably be the largest class action settlement of its type ever.
Really?
And so
wow.
Yeah, I think for sure 100 million or 110 million dollar equivalent, whatever. I mean, however it was, I don't know. Like I haven't looked at all the particulars, but I think.
Yeah. So that's what she said there. 100 million, 110.
Nebulous wording, class action of its type. I mean.
Right.
Damages
yeah.
are damages.
Right. So and I mean, where does that? Well, I mean that money comes.
She says just enough to not really take, and she says just enough to not really state a position, but she gives an opinion without, it just seems a little murky to me. A little murky. Her line of argument is a little murky. I think she knows just enough law to be dangerous. Maybe she went to the same law school as Donnie.
Yeah, right. I mean, and why, if you were actually were a lawyer, why would you want to be like a glorified court reporter? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, maybe that's just her calling.
You wouldn't.
I mean, the lawyers who practice in Delaware, I mean, that is where the money's at. So, I mean, that's corporate law, like corporate law. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Would holding AMC shares cause cancer? Manny asks. Would holding AMC cause cancer, like brain cancer? I mean, something like that. Something like that.
I think somebody might be able to bring that class action suit 10 years from now.
Probably. Yeah. What was I going to look up here? Oh, yeah. Largest class action settlements, fiduciary duty. Enron securities fraud, 7.2 billion. So there's that.
Yeah, I figured that she was kind of just pulling that out of
tobacco settlements.
The blue sky above.
Yeah, I mean, tobacco settlements totaled over $200 billion. That is the largest settlement of any kind. But
See, a fiduciary breach is when you know that the action you're going to take is going to cause damages and you do it anyway. It's not when you do something with the expectation that it's going to be beneficial in the long term.
Right. Right.
So
Yeah.
you would have to prove that Adam Aaron knew that buying this other distressed company was going to hurt his company and his shareholders. Now, why on earth would he do that? He wouldn't, because he would be shooting himself in his own foot with his own gun, and then saying, look what happened. I don't know how this bullet got in my foot. It's really weird, but
I mean,
it
it's
hurt.
not right, and it's not his fault.
Do that.
Right, and it's not. Is it his fault that the ape shares, tank basically? Like, is it his fault that the way that a stock trades? And that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't believe it is. I mean, beyond his actions as a CEO, sure, like his actions as a CEO, to run the company and get the company back to where it's supposed to be, whatever. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a question. What, how how much do you hold the CEO's feet to the fire for the stock price? Well, I mean, it's been a rough period.
It's a
I mean,
it's a
like,
crapshoot for a CEO. They make the call, okay? They
right.
make the call.
Yeah.
They're presented with the facts and the options, and they use their experience and their business training to make the call with the expectation that they're
And
making the right call and it's going to be more beneficial than detrimental. So to say it was a
mhm.
fiduciary breach of responsibility, I'm surprised the judge didn't just throw that out and say you
I'm
guys
not
are playing
sure.
crack.
Yeah.
There's no way.
And so it seems to me that, the apes are under the impression that because this judge showed them some, I don't even want to say, favor, but just they didn't shut it down immediately and allow them to do the conversion, do the settlement, and move on with the thing, because that was some glimmer of hope, and now they're convinced that the judge is going to rule the ape dividend illegal, and that they're going to have to go back and they're going to have to whatever. I don't know how in the hell they would even remedy this, but and I don't think that's the case because when AMC did this, when they basically created the ape, well, first of all, we can back up to the fact that why are they even doing this? Well, they're doing it because the shareholders refused to allow the company to issue more shares 2 years ago when the shares were highly overvalued and the company would have raised over $1 billion simply by selling 25 million shares. They didn't even need to sell that many. They needed to sell 25 million. They've added more than 25 million. It seems like, since then, maybe, maybe not, just in executive compensation. So that's the reason why they even did this. So the the shareholders starved the company of the ability to raise money, selling shares, issuing shares. That's the only way that AMC benefits from their shares, their share price. That's the only way it matters to AMC is if they issue shares, then they get the money. But otherwise, it's just people trading it out there, cash exchanging hands between market participants, traders, investors. That doesn't help the company. Even if the stock price is $100 a share, it doesn't help the company. They need to issue shares. So they
No,
didn't
it
do
doesn't.
that.
Yeah.
They did not do that.
Yep, they
They
voted
couldn't do
against
that.
it. It's a mess of their own making, basically, and now they're
Right.
suing for it. They're suing because they made a mistake, because they were ignorant, and um, now they
hmm
are trying to pin the blame on everyone else for their own ignorance.
Right. Right.
Adding more shares when the price was that high would have been super beneficial to the company. Yes, it would have eliminated quite a bit of their debt. But instead, they're forced to take alternative strategies like buying distressed properties and hoping they can fluff them up into a
Right.
profitable AMC
And
theater.
gold and silver
And
mines.
now they're saying, "Oh, that's fiduciary, breach." No, it's not, because that would mean that he was plotting the demise of his own company and the end of his own
Right.
career.
And
And I
right.
don't think that he's that kind of CEO.
Okay.
He's
So
got
the
better
other
reasons
part
to
of it
be.
is that they dispute that the ape shares should have had equal voting rights to AMC common stock. However, that
No,
was that was the
no.
point. That was exactly the point was that these ape dividend shares, whatever, they are going to be fundamentally and functionally equal to AMC shares. And so we want to use them basically to create AMC
To
shares,
get
but
extra votes.
to get
They want to get extra votes.
and get extra votes. Um,
so they can vote the wrong way again.
right. But then the apes say, okay, um, the it was a ploy to because they knew that AMC knew that a lot of these ape shares would end up in the hands of institutions and funds, and that those funds and institutions would be likely to vote yes for the conversion because ultimately they would end up with AMC common stock, which would purportedly have higher value, especially after the equities added back together. And so it was a conspiracy. It was a trick. They went around the will of the shareholders. I heard somebody say that too. And it's like, okay, but if the choices are the company just dies or we do whatever we can with these preferred shares that we authorized but never issued, almost a decade ago, what are you going to do? If you're the CEO, what do you have to do? What is your, what is your duty to do? It is to try to make the company go forward. So what is he going to do?
Try to
You
raise
starved off
capital
his ability
however he
otherwise.
can.
So you have to use the tools that you have available, which happens to be this preferred stock that they had authorized but never issued. And so they issued it. And they did this.
Yeah, because the shareholders, the ape shareholders tied
Hmm.
his hands the first time around when he could have raised some serious cash and eliminated a lot of debt. They tied his hands to that. And now they're crying and whining because he had to take the next best option to try to raise cash for his company. And now it's a conspiracy and this
And the
and that. And we wanted 2 votes and,
and the
2
apes are
votes instead of 1
adamant
vote.
that that Adam Aaron should not have done that, and we don't want dilution. Yet they want a short squeeze. I mean, that is to me that is the biggest bunch of bullshit that has really come out at all in this whole thing. It's like you don't want to allow the company to basically to operate. Ultimately, you are going to have to you know either raise capital or take on more debt, and you probably can't take on more debt unless you have capital. So, you got to have some money. You can't like, how is that going to work? So you're losing money and you're going to go more in debt. You have a negative, you know, cash flow, and you're just going to, go get another credit card so you can spend on that. I mean, it makes no sense. What is the sustainable path here? Well, clearly the company needs to raise money. So, I mean, the apes it's just absurd to me. It honestly is like patently absurd. This notion that okay, we are not going to allow the company to do what it needs to do to get itself out of this hole that, part of it was certainly, Adam Aaron's fault. I'm not going to sit here and say that it probably wasn't, but like you've been trying to say, there probably is a longer term plan and nobody counted on being closed for 2 years in 2020 and 2021. So, you know, companies take on debt, they use debt. Debt is a tool, it's not a bad thing, but you have to have cash flow. You have to be able to pay your obligations. You have to be able to generate revenue. You have to be able to, there has to be money flowing in and flowing out. So it's just it is the culmination of all of their lack of understanding in business and finance, but mainly in just in business in general. This notion that we're not going to allow the company to raise money, yet we want the stock price to go to whatever, absurd price it will never go to. And it's like, how much more childish and stupid can you be? And why is this,
Well,
I mean, really, Adam Aaron should be congratulated, I think. I mean, I'm not saying that I am congratulating him, but in the scheme of things, he found a way to work around his fucking stubborn ass, dumbass shareholders and get more capital raised. I mean, it probably, people probably will be talking about this in business masters programs at some point. Like, yeah, look at what this CEO had to deal with. The worst shareholders ever, like officially, according to Forbes, the worst shareholders ever, and AMC went on to be prosperous. And you know what? They never had a short squeeze, but the company survived. I think that's probably preferred here. I think that's probably the better outcome. So,
Oh, and
just
I have
absurd.
another point, and that's that much as the apes claim otherwise, Adam Aaron knows how to read a room. Okay, he knows how to read a room, and that's the only reason that he engaged with these fools on Twitter. It wasn't to be their buddy. It was to be able to get his finger on the pulse of what this movement of people is thinking. And he knows damn well that were a squeeze to happen, these people would all be out. They'd be gone. They'd try to sell at whatever they thought was the top, and they would walk and don't look back. Okay, that is not a good shareholder. That is a pariah.
Oh no.
That is a remora. That is a remora fish, and they think he's the shark, and they're just going to swim along and
It's like
suck off of him, and then when they're full, they'll swim away and find a new shark to do the same thing with. So
it's like the opposite of Warren Buffett. It's like the anti-Warren Buffett approach. Like he never sells. They never sell. But they will sell. If they would sell if the MOAS happened. So and they would be the first to cut and run. They don't care about the company. It's not about making an investment in the company. Otherwise, they would allow the company to issue shares, and they would buy the shares that the company issued. If they cared, that's what they would do. So
you're
anyway,
a CEO, and you know that your shareholders are incredibly fair weather and incredibly fickle, and that were this squeeze to happen, they're going to take their money, walk away, never look back to your company, probably go home and stream Hulu, and then what? And then what? So that's detrimental to the company. There's really no reason to work with them, and you can't work with them anyway. But now they've kind of painted him into the corner as this, he doesn't want us to get our money. Well, it's not this is not how it works. It's not a casino. It's not a slot machine. The game's not rigged, in favor of the house. The only house is Wall Street and the market makers. It's not AMC. They're just as much a victim as the apes are at the will of the market. And fundamentally, when you're saying, okay, you can't improve this company, but why isn't this company making us money?
Right.
Well, what's the CEO to do besides go home, drink scotch, go golfing, and just tweet something as kind of, beige as possible?
I bet they knew. I bet Adam Aaron knew pretty soon after he canceled that vote for the 25, after he canceled the vote because it was clear that that the shareholders were not going to approve it. I bet that's when they started planning the ape dividend right then. And because he was like, okay, you know what? We don't want our shareholders don't want it. Fine. We'll figure something out. And then they went and they figured that shit out.
And you're not going to like it.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to do something else and you probably won't like it, but that's your problem.
And guess what? We're going to sell it to you I'm going to sell it to you as a free dividend, a special dividend. But it's not really a dividend and it's not really free. You're paying for it out of your AMC shares. So, I mean, maybe an ingenious move. Who knows? I guess it depends on whether AMC survives.
Has to raise capital. Yeah, he has to raise capital. And they tied his hands with a really good option to do it. So then it was back to the drawing board. Okay, anything else we come up with is not going to be as effective. It's not going to be as suitable. It's not going to generate as enough money. But, that's what it is, what it is. And the machine will keep plugging forward, trying to accomplish its mission, which is to become profitable and eliminate debt. But the apes don't want to let that happen until they get paid, right? Well, that's not the way it works.
Yeah.
You don't get paid before you finish your job,
Still not the way it works, right?
No, it's not the way it works. And he knows, he read the room, he knows, and he's just trying to do his job as CEO and still kind of keep his pulse on what these people are thinking. but he also knows that they're very fickle and they're fair weather, and for all their, you know, AMC ate this and AMC ate that, that they really don't give a fuck about the company. And if they get money, they're going to run off and dump it into, you know, BBIG or some other fucking OTC piece of crap and lose it all. You know?
Right.
So there's no incentive for him to do that in any way. I'm not sure that that it would be legal for him to try to orchestrate that in any way. He doesn't want to go to jail, you know, and he's got a team of lawyers making sure that that's not going to happen. So
And
really, the apes shot themselves in the foot a long time ago, and now
Yeah.
they're crying about it. And I think that Adam Aaron and everyone else is really running out of sympathy for them, because
Oh,
at
absolutely.
this point they're just being big crybabies about their own mess that they made, and they don't want to clean it up, and they
Right.
can't clean it up because they lost all their money because they didn't take profit when they could have.
Right. Yeah,
And
exactly.
you're right.
And
Shares trading back and forth between them does nothing for the company. It does nothing for the company.
yep.
What does something for the company is making a profit on concessions. Okay, lowering their labor costs, lowering their cost of goods, promotions that bring people into the theater to see movies, and best case scenario, negotiating a better deal with the movie makers so that they can keep a bigger share of the box office than they do. They don't get to keep all those ticket sales. So
Right.
that's what benefits the company, is doing good business, not you know, pandering to a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists who are now flinging mud at him and disparaging him and even threatening him.
Oh, we knew it would happen. We knew it would happen. We knew they would turn on him. Now,
Yep. And I'm sure he knew it too, and he really doesn't give a shit, believe me.
if you look at the way he's handled, yeah. If you look at the way he handles questions about market manipulation, naked shorts, synthetic shares, all of these supposed manipulation allegations, I mean, he tends to shrug them off, which the apes hate because they believe in all that stuff. Um, but you know, he does revert to the, well, you know, the way that we can get the short sellers to cover, or you know, he doesn't even say that explicitly, but you know, how do we get the you know, I don't like when people short the company. How do we get them to not to do it? Well, is for the company to do as well as it can, to be as strong as it can, to be, you know, financially viable, all these things. And he does go to that. So I don't, and couple that with the fact that Adam Aaron is not jumping at the chance to be associated with some of these other CEOs and these other companies, these other meme stock zombie corporations like Bed Bath and Beyond, like GameStop, like MMTLP, like, you know, I can't say like Wyckoff Mining because he is in bed with Diane, figuratively, to my knowledge. But um, but you know what I mean? He like, for example, the MMTLP guy, John Berta. We've looked at him a little bit. I mean, you know, why would Adam Aaron want to be associated with that? Why would he want to be associated with, you know, a CEO that is questionable and like even more delusional shareholders who, you know, who don't understand anything about what the hell they were trading and why they can't trade it anymore and why and it's again it's another case of people who did not close, like, why would you not sell and get, you know, take your profit on that? Well, it's because they were waiting for a squeeze. They were waiting for it to pop up and it didn't. It popped down and now it's too late and they're crying about it. Why would Adam Aaron want to be associated with those idiots? Why would he want to be associated with a potentially fraudulent CEO who, you know, also, by the way, sold 2 million shares and, you know, profited handsomely off of that thing that he said wasn't supposed to be trading? So he hasn't allied himself with these other, you know, shit stock CEOs. He doesn't entertain the conspiracy theories. And I mean, you know, for that, that's good. I mean, that's what you would expect from a, you know, a publicly traded company's CEO, I think. I wouldn't expect them to go down a conspiratorial rabbit hole. So
No, and
anyway,
you know, I'm not a huge fan of Adam Aaron, but
right.
he's not a grifter. Okay, he's not out to screw over his shareholders and his
I don't think,
corporate
yeah,
staff and
I don't think he
everybody
is.
else. and walk away to the Bahamas, whereas the other individual that you mentioned will probably wind up with at least a healthy slap on the wrist and a fine when the dust settles. Adam Aaron's not going to get himself in that kind of trouble. He's too experienced, he's too smart, he's too savvy, and I don't think that he is a crook. I don't agree with the way he's handled everything, but I've been around enough CEOs to know that he is not a grifting.
Yeah. And he's
and here's
besides
the thing with CEOs.
Mhm.
You don't listen to what they say, you listen to what they don't say.
Mm.
And that's the truth of interpreting a CEO's statements. It's not what they say, it's what they don't say. And that's what's important.
Right. So he what give like can you give me an example of that? Either with this or with just hypothetical, like, or a made up example of what like expound on that a little bit more if you can.
Okay, I don't think I can come up with an example off the top of my head, but the thing is, what a CEO says is going to be
So you mean like the precision of what he says? Pay attention to like
yes, it's going to be safe. It's going to be neutral. It's going to be something that can't get him in trouble. It's going to be something that the corporate lawyers have already given a thumbs up to. It's going to be something that cannot damage the business.
Okay.
Ideally. Okay.
How about this one?
So,
How about AMC let's see, retail investors would seem to own over 90% of the publicly issued shares, excluding index funds. We've parsed that statement many times here, where Adam Aaron claims that the apes or the retail investors own over 90% of the shares, excluding index funds, excluding ETFs, excluding, basically these other, ETF holds many stocks. So there's tons of them that hold all different kinds of stocks. So clearly, and the apes went ahead and interpreted that to mean that they own 90% of the float, nothing about index funds, no qualification, just 90% of the shares. And we've been, you know, we we're very adamant on reading the statement that he said. And he said excluding index funds, and that makes a big difference. But the apes went ahead and
so what he
interpreted
did
that to
not
mean
say,
that they own 90% of the float. He was very specific.
right?
He
And he
was
said
very,
would seem to, would
and he did,
would
yes, right. And
seem to.
yes, would seem to, which is not the same as is, or they do
No,
own to me. Now,
would seem
Manny
to if
says,
you through their eyes.
Manny says
If you
AA
through
is a
their eyes.
grifter.
That's the part that he didn't say.
Manny says AA is a
What?
grifter. He says AA is a grifter. He wasn't wearing pants on Trey's interview and takes advantage of unsophisticated investors talking about shorts, pounce, eating crow, and checkmate. And I could see
Well,
those
I think the
points.
unsophisticated investors took advantage of themselves, basically. But I wouldn't say that he's a grifter. Okay, that's not the word that I would use. But in that statement, what he didn't say was we have X amount of shares that are parked in these institutions, these companies, these kind of funds
He
and
didn't
whatnot.
like specify the actual number and make it clear, like, okay, this percentage
Right,
is
he
owned by
didn't say.
yeah.
It would seem that retail owns 90% of the
Right.
shares.
It
However,
appears that
they actually own 20% of the shares,
correct. Right.
and
Right.
80% of the shares are held in these funds, period, close parentheses. So
Yeah.
that's the part that he didn't say.
Well, I think that this is an interesting case because you have a group of, special shareholders, that are truly special people who were, I don't know even where I was going with that, but this is
Vocal
it's certainly,
minority.
it's a unique thing, because these shareholders seem to be particularly uninformed. Like these people are some of the least informed, least sophisticated investors I think that exist in the market. I mean, MMTLP might be worse, but I mean, they're all cut from the same cloth. basically. They're meme stock gamblers who are still hoping for a short squeeze. They're the people who bought Charles Ponzi's stamps, and after he was, arrested, and it was known that it was disclosed that it was a fraud, they still held the worthless stamps because they couldn't believe that they had been taken by this guy, and they held on to them, refusing to believe that they were worthless, even as he was put in prison. That's what these people are, by my estimation. They are the relentlessly, um, you know, stubborn, final investors in Charles Ponzi's stamps. Like, no question.
They're also the most vocal. They're also the loudest. So
They
the
are
vocal
also
minority,
the loudest and most vocal, yeah.
yeah, has a lot of power. And I would say by Adam Aaron using terms like eat crow, pounce, et cetera, that was him, as I mentioned before, reading the room and throwing out some phrases and seeing what kind of response that he gets.
Right.
And that tells him the temperature of the water with the sharks
Yeah.
swimming in it that's surrounding him on his little island of like trying to make his business profit.
And I think it's clear that he didn't want he wanted to keep the AMC shareholders all engaged and around. Why would he want them to sell their shares? That would make the stock price go down. It would make it appear weak. It was already appearing weak, and he has this massive retail engagement. Why would you not want to continue and foster that? Now, the problem
Absolutely. And
to
I think
me,
that was a misstep on his part, but
well,
he did what he did. I don't think that makes him a great
I'm not
leader. I
saying
think it
that,
makes him
yeah, I'm not
not
saying that
take
I
the
thought it
leader
was a great
status that
idea.
he is now.
I'm not saying that I think it was the best idea, but I mean, I think it's clear. I think you could say that, you know, he probably didn't want them to dump their shares, you know, because of that effect. If for no other reason, it would affect the stock price that he could sell at. But I mean, no CEO wants to see the share price lower, but at the same time, it was already established that they weren't doing anything to help matters. They weren't allowing them to do what they needed to do. So why would he string them along all through 2022? And I mean, it just kind of bizarre. But I mean, also, admittedly, I've never paid this much attention to any company or CEO. So it's hard for me to say that. But I mean, I can, think about what I would think it would be like. But also, we're in this weird economic period where things are, not really back to normal yet. So it's just interesting to look at, and that's the thing. It's so much better to look at something like this, trying to be objective, trying to see all angles rather than being pigeonholed into, oh, Adam Aaron is a bastard motherfucker and I hate him, or oh, Adam Aaron is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Sliced bread. You know, I don't care. I have no dog in the fight. I don't give a fuck about Adam Aaron. I just want to like know objectively what's happening and be able to kind of put the pieces together. That's what we try to do. So your knowledge and experience with CEOs is key in that because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know what I think it's like, but can't back that up. So that's really useful. Um, now,
It's a lot different than what most people think, and he might be a bastard motherfucker. Who knows? But does that mean he can't run the business? No.
it's yeah, right. I mean, and I've had the good fortune to work closely with a few like not I'm not talking about corporations like AMC or any publicly traded corporations, but work with business owners, work with people at the top of organizations, several times, and and it really is. I mean, I've always enjoyed that. I've always learned something from that. Um, just from my interaction with these types of people that are operating at these levels, it is fascinating. And it's like people say, "Well, I could do that." I couldn't do that. I know, like I don't the temperament, the judgment. It is on a different level, and it's good to be exposed to that, I think, because, you know, like in your personal professional life, it gives you something maybe to strive for or something like that. Now, but if you are gambling on a stock, then, you know, you're not looking at it that way. You're not looking at, wow, this guy's a really successful, smart guy. What can I learn from him? You're looking at, why the fuck is this guy reaching in my pockets? He's just stealing from me. Which in and of itself is, you know, kind of sad that not that that's happening. I'm not even saying that it is, but just that they're so biased. They're so looking at this from one side that, you know, it's clouding their judgment on everything, everything. And that's not good. So it's not good for anybody or anything.
No, it's not. And a typical CEO's day, I can tell you, will start around 4 in the morning. They'll get up. A lot of them go to the gym, work out, shower, shave, have breakfast, get on a jet, fly, an hour and a half, 2 hours, give a talk to shareholders or possibly to a branch staff. Okay. Then they go meet with their customers, which would be their supply chain for, their popcorn, their concessions, their landlords, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
They go have a business lunch where they're still talking business. They get back on the plane. They fly to another location, do the same thing again, fly back to the office, wrap up, whatever's on their desk, answer, 500 emails, whatever their administrative person hasn't been able to take care of for them, and get to bed around, 11 p.m. and get up at 4 a.m. the next day and do it again. So they don't just roll in at 9 and put their feet up on the desk and drink some coffee.
Right.
It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle and it's a commitment to be good at it. And that's why you see a lot of them, change companies quite often, because there's a pretty high burnout rate for a lot of them. And are they a little narcissistic and ego driven? Yeah, many of them are. Are they bad people? Not necessarily. Are they pleasant people? Some are. Some very much are. Some are not. Do they have to be a little cutthroat and cold hearted? Absolutely. It's required in the business sense. You have to be able to make hard decisions. You have to be able to lay off, a couple thousand people over the phone and not, feel bad about it and know that they're all going to hate you for a few years. And you have to do that, and you have to do it negotiating a way to give them all a severance package and Cobra and all that. That's not going to, also take a huge chunk out of your bottom line. So there's so many things that CEOs juggle. Like, they have their fingers in so many pies, and they have to be able to answer just about any question at the drop of a hat. And they have to be able to do so diplomatically and without getting themselves or the company in legal trouble. So it's way more complex than people realize. And do I think they're overpaid? Yeah, I think many of them are severely overpaid. But I think that they deserve, a high salary.
Certainly, yeah,
But
right.
maybe not what they're getting. And are there perks that come with it? Yes, but there's also, it takes a toll on you.
Yeah,
And I'm
right.
not
You
talking
don't.
big companies. I'm not talking about
Right,
small
sure.
companies. I'm talking about, nationwide corporations with multiple
Yeah, right,
operating
right.
units.
So,
So I don't know what people think a CEO actually does all day, but it's not sit there and read magazines and eat, muffins.
right, or give interviews and talk about how great the company is and, all that stuff, which I'm sure they do a lot of, talking about how great the company is. But, or,
And they talk about 10-year plans,
right.
not
Yeah.
10-year,
It's a
10 year as in a decade.
Right.
They have to have a vision for where this company is going to be 10 years from now, whether they
And
are leading it or not.
and when you say they have to be a bit narcissistic or antisocial, I mean, not antisocial in the sense, but like, a bit cold and callous maybe, or non-emotional. I mean, that reminds me of, so my ex-wife was a physician, and, so I got to know a lot of other physicians, and, um, you notice that in the medical field as well a little bit, particularly with people like surgeons, or orthopedic surgeons. cardiologists, certain disciplines, certain fields, certain specialties. But, if I try to put myself in that position, uh, if I'm a surgeon, I'm literally cutting into this person. Um, or even just as a general practitioner or somebody who works in the hospital, like say, you can't get attached to your patients. My mom's a hospice nurse. My mother's a hospice nurse. All of her patients die. All of them end up dying. She deals with all of their deaths, and I don't think that she would dispute the fact that, she has to be, she has to, and she's good at that. She's good at it. She loves the job and she does a good job. But again, you can't get emotionally attached to these people, because they're going to die. And so unless you want to go through this emotional roller coaster, um, some people might say you're a little, cold, callous, or whatever, but that's your job. You're a professional. You have to be. So I think it's reminded
There's
me of,
definitely a
of some of
God
those
mode
experience.
that gets activated. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a God mode that gets activated when,
Yes, right,
uh,
right.
you know,
And
and typically it's earned. It's not just given.
yes, right.
But
It's
I'll
and
tell you,
it
I worked with CEOs who, and where the CEO was not on site in the office that I was in, and we would see them once or twice a year, and they would always remember my name. They would always ask me how I was doing, how was my dog. I mean, they were very considerate and very personable. And I've worked with CEOs who saw me every day of the week and couldn't barely remember my name. So that's more of
yeah.
a persona thing. The
Mm-hmm.
persona doesn't really have anything to do with business acumen, just like persona doesn't have anything to do with how competent someone is as a surgeon or a cardiologist.
Right.
Some have
Yeah.
bedside manner, some don't. So, you
Right.
can't say, oh, he's shady and he's not on our side, and that's neither here nor there. That's
Yeah.
really
The
you're
jury's
making
probably
a
still out on
projecting
that.
an emotion.
The jury's probably still out on that score in terms of this, I would say, because it's like, I mean, if having another squeeze is the yardstick that you're measuring it by, then, you know, it may be over. Like, but I mean, that's an irrational yardstick to use. That's a false yardstick. That's not the right measurement to, to judge a CEO by, is whether the stock for his company has a short squeeze. That is the dumbest thing I think possibly that I've heard today. But I mean, that's what it seems to be like. Adam Aaron is working to thwart the squeeze. He doesn't want there to be a squeeze. He's working. The whole point of this reverse split was to get rid of the shares so that the hedge funds, yada, 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 which is just all these dumbass assumptions and misunderstandings all wrapped into, I screwed up and overbought in something without really knowing what I was doing. And I'm going to blame anybody that I can. And, oh, that guy up there leads the company. Well, fuck him. It's his fault then, which, okay, but that's not going to help anybody or the
And how
company.
could a CEO even force a stock squeeze anyway? Like
They
how
can't. Yeah, they can't.
it's not even in his realm of things that he can do.
No, I mean, and if he did, he would most certainly be guilty of securities fraud and manipulation. Like, I mean,
I
technically,
would think
it's
so.
not something that anybody should be trying to do. Sometimes short squeezes happen, and participating in trading them is not illegal. However, conspiring to create a short squeeze, that's questionable. So if the CEO was doing that, yeah, I would think that they would want to take a look at that. Um, so yeah, I'm just, like, it's just always been a thing. Like, okay, this CEO is getting way too much, I guess, attention from the shareholders, and the relationship seems to be something. It seemed to be something other than the relationship that was appropriate for a CEO and shareholders in the company's stock. Like it was a buddy thing because of those interviews with Trey. That doesn't seem right to me. Like it seems like, and maybe it was the apes who misinterpreted it, not even saying it was his fault, but it seemed like they thought he was his friend when it turned out that, no, the apes were Adam Aaron's basically, bitches, if you want to put it that way, or, people that were going to help him raise money for the company. Like it was never, oh yeah, I like the shareholders because they're cool, good people who also like AMC. No, your shareholders in the company that he leads. Like that's the relationship. And I don't know if Adam Aaron went too far in patronizing them and making it seem like they were friends rather than having this business type of relationship, financing type of relationship, or um, I don't know. But I think that
I said
certainly
before that I
happened.
think that's one thing that he probably regrets was sticking his toe in that pool. But it was in the name, I believe, of reading the room and getting a feel for what this whole thing was, because we hadn't really seen anything quite like it before, similar to GME, but not the same. So, I think he probably jumped in too fast, not really realizing the scope and magnitude of what he was entering into.
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe he probably regretted it, but once he entered into it, I think he looked at it and went, well, okay, maybe this wasn't such a great idea, but let's see, how can I turn it into a positive? Because that's what CEOs do. They look at a situation and say, how can I turn this into a positive? How can I turn this into a benefit for my company?
Okay,
So, I think
yeah,
he tries to make the best of it that he can, but all in all, if he had to do it over, I bet he would.
probably. Okay. Sorry to cut you off here, but looks like we got some breaking news here coming in. Oh shit. Hang on. Let me turn it down because I know it's going to be way loud. We got breaking news coming in here. Judge Zern's opinion on Adam Aaron's past conduct. And this is in the Linda Lau versus AMC case that was just from a couple years ago, I think. So this is from the Al from Karachi show. And I apologize for that, but hey, I didn't, no, there's no God mode here. I can't, I can't change it, but here it is. So, and then stick around, Lynn, for your thoughts on this.
All right, it's Al from Boston. Let's just take a minute here to absorb what's about to be heard.
All right.
This is Vice Chancellor Zern's opinion of Adam Aaron. This was a document that was established. I'm going to read it off to you as the chance again, because I know who you're all on the edge of your seats, because I know you did not do your actual research last time around. Here's information from the settlement in the Wanda case. It gives me pause.
Listen to that. Let me read it because Al sucks at reading. Because I know you are all on the edge of your seats, and because I know you did not do your actual research last time around, here is the information from the settlement in the Wanda case that gives me pause about Adam Aaron's character. She knows that they didn't do their actual research. She's got a love-hate relationship, but she's giving them the information. So she has this love-hate relationship with apes. That's kind of fascinating.
Wait, is Linda Lau? Is that the Chancery person?
No. Linda Lau is
okay.
the plaintiff in a case.
I know. I just wondered if it was the same.
No,
if she was the
this
same.
is a previous case. This is the previous case she was talking about. So
right, got
Aaron's
it.
That she would have been likely, been able.
Okay.
It owed AMC the loyal.
Let me just read it. I don't need him to read it. He sucks at reading. It was the bragging that I really disliked, she said. Okay, here's from the actual document. Now, this is a quote. Quote, I also agree with I guess this is Judge Zern. These are the judge's words here. Okay, now what I'm about to read. Quote, I meaning Zern, I also agree with plaintiff that she would have likely been able to establish Aaron's, Wang's, and Wanda's liability if she had gotten past the motion to dismiss. Wanda was AMC's controlling stockholder, meaning it owed AMC the duty of loyalty. Because the company was repurchasing Wanda's shares, Wanda stood on both sides of the stock repurchase. This is sufficient to invoke entire fairness review unless the transaction was cleansed, which it was not. And the defendants may have well struggled to show this transaction was fair. Entire fairness entails two components. One, fair dealing and fair price. The SLC report demonstrates that the dealings fell far short of fair. The CEO demonstrated clearly divided loyalties that members of the special committee described as, quote, disappointing, disturbing, and beyond fathom. The special committee was far from an effective bulwark against his overreaching. With such poor dealing, it would not be surprising for a court to eventually find that the price was unfair. Aaron's bragging about saving Wanda $25 million at the minority's expense contributes to this problem. So I guess Adam Aaron bragged that he saved Wanda $25 million when they were repurchasing. Well, AMC was repurchasing. I don't even know how that even makes. I don't even know what that's referring. I can't even figure it out. So I don't want to misspeak. But that's what she had a problem with. Adam Aaron saying, "Well, we saved Wanda $25 million." You know, and that's all we got so far, I guess. Yeah, that's just one tweet. It takes him 5 minutes to read it, but yeah. So saved Wanda $25 million at the minority shareholders' expense because the share price was lower, I guess. I mean, again.
How did he lower the share price? I mean, that seems like it's a soundbite out of context. So
right,
it really
and
doesn't tell me a whole lot.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It seems like a nothing burger, but maybe it's just a nothing patty melt.
The share price.
Yeah,
I don't. How did he do that? I would need to read the ruling, and was this on appeal or something, or?
I don't know. I don't know what this is. She doesn't say. Again, it's just a quote.
It's just so out of context that
it is out of context. And well, but people like Al love shit that's out of context because they can put whatever meaning and spin on it they want to without clearly, violating the actual spirit of whatever it is. So they love this vague shit because they can grift. It's great grift material. So why is she giving this to them?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Anybody can cherry pick something and then
yes, exactly.
Make it fit their narrative,
Exactly, and that's all this shit is. Just like the clips that we watched earlier today of Adam Aaron on Trey's interview on his live stream, where he talks about not wanting to, not thinking about reverse splits and splits. Well, we kept listening to it because I knew there likely would be something in there that would contradict or give more context to what he was saying. And of course, there was the bit where he's talking about, well, we know shareholders probably won't approve 500 million shares. That's why we're only asking for 25 million. And that was on June 3rd. And of course, they went on to reject the 25 million. But that's why he had never thought about a reverse split or a split, because he thought that he could at least raise 25 million shares, sell 25 million shares and raise $1 billion. But he couldn't do that, but he didn't know it yet. So you see what I mean? Like, that was a cherry-picked segment. The context was lost. So, yes, they love that. They love doing that, and it works well for them. Well, I mean, it it works, or they think it works or something. I don't know.
It does. They can definitely bend information to suit their narrative, and somebody could clip some of what I've said today and say, oh, well, she's, an Adam Aaron fangirl, which I'm
Yep.
definitely not. You know, I'm basically neutral, but somebody could flip some of the things I said out of context,
Absolutely.
make
They could
that
take
statement, and it
they
would
could
be
take
incorrect. So
what we said out of context any time when we're talking as somebody else, like, oh, I bought 1,500 AMC shares because I'm reading it, or you know, uh, ridiculing somebody or something like that. Yeah, clip that out, take it out of context. Say, yeah, Scotty said he bought 1,500 shares. I don't know why he's bad mouthing. He's an ape. Like you could, it's easy to do.
exactly.
It's easy to do.
We shouldn't give them ideas. We shouldn't give them ideas.
I know. I know. I mean, but the good news is we don't need to take any of the shit that they say out of context because it is legitimately stupid in context. I give you all the context that they give, and yeah, that's it. So if it's stupid, it's just stupid. Okay. Um, the futures are flat and pretty much, but now the dollar's starting to maybe spike a little bit. So we'll see what happens there. We'll monitor it, but it's basically flat. So another uneventful futures opening. I'm gonna check this video out here, and then we'll close it down. Lynn, you're more than welcome to stick around and discuss anything that might be in here. Mr. Cool Glasses.
Stocks and crypto plays. I'm talking about AMC stock. I have some groundbreaking news.
Groundbreaking news. Oh boy.
Some SEC documents for about 4 hours last night. I have some very vital news about AMC stock.
Doubtful.
About AMC.
This is, I mean, it's doubtful that this is anything. Excuse me.
About our shares and about the vote. This is very important. You have to pay close.
This guy has such a childish kind of demeanor about him. I really wonder about this guy.
To the full video. Hit like, subscribe, add notifications, share the video with a friend, just text it to them. Let's get started, friends. So on July 28th, 2022, just a few days prior to the announcement of APE, behind closed doors, a meeting occurred, paperwork was signed, the board met.
Now, hold on a second here. Real Rugged DIY. Now, you're telling me you're surprised by this. This is surprising. We thought that Bitcoin was going to 32,000, or it was going higher. Just keep going up. I'm poking fun a little bit, but I'm also kind of curious. Like this can't be a surprise. I mean, honestly.
People met, papers were signed, things were said. Breaking news.
Oh, I'm talking about Bitcoin. I'm sorry, Lynn, you can't see. I have on the screen now a chart of Bitcoin, which is down now about 1.5%. It looks like it started selling off around oh yeah, it's just after 8 o'clock Eastern time.
Oh.
So yeah,
Dang.
sorry, Kyle. Is it Chasse? Chasse?
Chasse.
That's
yes.
A pretty name. How would you say his name, like with a French accent, like Kyle, or Kyle? I mean, but my French teacher would, she would put a French spin on every name. Like, oh shit, what was the guy's name in my? This is going back a long time, 20 years. So, but shit, I can't remember. But it always had like a French sound to it. Kyle, Oliver, or Oliver. Anyway.
Well, I think the whole Bitcoin squeeze, I think, was tied to the bank runs and all those banks that failed, all 2 of them. And now
Oh yeah, all of them. Right.
Out, what's the justification for it going up? I don't see.
Right. Yeah, that's and it seemed like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was surprised by maybe I shouldn't have been, but I was kind of surprised by the crypto, like, because I associate crypto with risk assets. Like that's what it is to me. It represents risk. So tech and Bitcoin, or crypto in general, but I tend to look at Ethereum, to be honest, which is actually selling off more, coming up on 1.75%. But this tends to be my kind of default crypto that I would just look at as an indicator. But also Cardano is down 2.25%. XRP is down 1.65%. Dogecoin is down 2%. I mean, who cares? So yeah, I mean, I look at it as representing risk. It made no sense to me that we would be taking on, risk, going into risk assets at this point, quite frankly.
Well, it just shows you how reactive people are. Everyone's reacting
And is it
to things
even
instead of
people?
being proactive.
And is it even people? That's the thing. How much of this is automated, triggered algorithmic trading that is basically a program that or is it conscious? I mean, I'm sure some of it is, but I don't know how much. And quite frankly, the same thing in the stock market is, did everybody really just decided to start selling right now, or was a level hit, was some type of, and we see that stocks go between two price ranges, and it bounces, it goes down and it bounces up, and then it hits the same top and it comes down to the same bottom and it just goes sideways between a range, and how much of that is really conscious? I don't know. Say probably far less than what we think actually would be my gut would tell me that. Like most of it's probably not actually people, you know. So I don't know if it's the same thing here. I don't even know if it's, I'm not saying I'm right about that even. God only knows.
Yeah, it's like Excel spreadsheets losing your retirement since 1998.
Right, right. I just, but so that's what. Let's see here. Let me just put it on the other screen so that it's visible to you. Um, yeah, so we got NASDAQ futures, and then I can overlay like Ethereum on top of that. And I mean, it's not one to one, but it tends to be basically, similar in contour. Although, what the hell? It's just Thursday. I mean, of course, it's like this is the NASDAQ futures, and they kind of went up at this, I don't know, greater than 45-degree angle, or steeper than 45-degree angle, and then also the Ethereum, which is the only line on there now, it just sort of jumped up, but it did have a commensurate rise with it. But then, of course, here they diverged, so it's not always one to one, but in general, this is also a 1-minute chart. I shouldn't have it on that. I should have it on a daily chart like this, and then you can really see that these are connected in some way because they both represent risk. They both represent when financial conditions when the implication is financial conditions will be loosened, right? When the implication is interest rates have peaked or are going down, that will tend to equate to rallying in the risk assets as opposed to tightened financial conditions, or the implication of tightened conditions, which would imply higher interest rates and therefore less of an appetite for risk assets. So that's why I say that it surprised me that the cryptos. Well, compare Bitcoin had this, oh, it's the new bull run. Probably not, but okay. Let's reset that. Yeah, there we go. So, if you think stocks are going to keep going up, well, you know, that's fine. We need more money to come out, but I'm not of that opinion, and I don't think that. I mean, I guess some people are, but it just seems silly to me at this point. But uh, anyway, Bitcoin might bounce. Sure, it might bounce, but um, at least in the stock market, S&P 500, NASDAQ, the the consensus seems to be that, well, I mean, it's not a consensus, it's fact, basically, that there is a lot of resistance basically at the levels that are at right now, basically. Um, so looking at a, volume profile, we see that there is a lot of activity at the levels currently. And you're going to start getting into overhead supply here too, which is something that we know about. I mean, so this is all-time highs. This is not dissimilar to AMC and GameStop in terms of the overhead supply zone factor. Oops. So you got, a massive amount of shares that were traded at prices greatly above current prices. And the natural inclination is this is basically a supply area. So it's the same thing on the indices. And by that token, individual stocks as well. It's just less dramatic and played out over a longer period of time. But, you know, it's probably not a coincidence that that these instruments were not able to, are basically, been treating this as resistance area here, where basically where the price is currently at. So I'm not bullish on anything really except put option premium. So now if we go back here, the levels that the market is coming through right now, at least on the NASDAQ, at the time, those were all-time highs that it was hitting into, but like, not even close to, I mean, this chart is just wild, blows my mind. But anyway, right in here, and you can see the volume profile bars are, slightly extended, but, there's more, there was a little consolidation there, but ultimately, from like, here's May, June 2021, and then here's a retest here, but then it pushed to all-time highs. These were all-time highs. It's first time, the price had never been here before. It was the same euphoria, basically, that of the meme stock phenomenon. And so, the market it can only go up. It can only go up. Just keep buying. But now coming back down on the downside of this area, looking at it now as not the first time the price has been here, but now the price is coming back down into this zone. Look at how much trading volume has been racked up here. I mean, so this is just from the down part of it. Then we slide over and add the up part in there too. Now all of a sudden you have a massive area here, like this zone. So probably need some more consolidatory trading in here to be able to push below this. But I think I think we will absolutely push below the October low. I think it's inevitable. So like I said, I'm not bullish. Now, that doesn't mean that things can't go up and down. That's basically what they've done. It's not so much that the market is up. I mean, we've seen all these, quote unquote rallies already. bear market rallies. And really this one, I mean, this one here is probably the biggest. This is off the June low, 23% up. This is actually a little bit less, I think, basically the same. So anyway, but you know, you do you. You know, I don't care what anybody does. It's just trying to make sense of it.
Something that we didn't know about. I found the certificate of designations of Series A convertible participating preferred stock of AMC Holdings Inc. Okay. Now, the preferred stock, right? Series A preferred stock. We talk about it a lot. Nobody seems to understand anything about it. All we seem to know was, well, it takes 100 APE to equal one share of preferred Series A. That's all we really knew. What is this mysterious preferred stock, and who has it, and how much is there of it? Nobody seemed to know. Adam Aaron didn't talk about.
Did he watch our stream from earlier? Or was that on this stream? I can't remember if it was on, I think it was on this one actually, but is he watching us? Because this is very curious that he would ask these questions immediately after we actually asked these questions and then found the answers to them. I mean, I don't care. Obviously, I use other people's videos in my videos, so I'm not saying that it's upsetting or anything, but it's just interesting. But let's see what he's got here.
He didn't
Maybe not.
tweet about it. It wasn't on any of the earnings calls. It wasn't discussed in the shareholder meeting because I was listening to the shareholder meeting. The last two shareholder meetings I was listening to the whole entire thing. It was never discussed. So I had to go search for it myself and look through SEC documents that in my
Say that again, Lynn. Say again.
It's in the prospectus.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm not sure what he's talking about here. And what I did was I went back to, well, I went back to a filing from before the pandemic, and it talks about how they, this is the end of December 2019, and God bless all of our innocent souls at that point, hoping that 2020 would be better than 2019. That says that they had authorized 524 million shares of Class A common stock, 75 million shares of Class B common stock, and 50 million shares of preferred stock. That's what was authorized, but they had issued outstanding no shares of preferred stock. So they had authorized it, but it had not been issued, and it was therefore not outstanding. But they had authorized it, and it's the authorization that is what requires shareholder approval. So it had already been authorized. I don't know if he's going to say the right thing or not here. So probably not. If he's making a big deal out of it, probably not. But let's continue. And you're right. It was in the documentation.
Hidden. I couldn't find them. When I did all my videos for you, all we really had was the Form 8K, and we didn't have all the deep dive information. And I couldn't find any of these SEC documents until last night. Now, before I give you all this mind-blowing information, I personally want to give all the glory to God, because last night when I found this information, I swear to you.
Nice Oscar speech. Okay, Yes, it was not the fact that you're intelligent. We know it's not that. It was God. Okay, got it. Got it.
50 million.
All right, here we go.
Real quick here.
Here we go.
What
Enough
happened
God
was
talk.
on July 28th, 2022, behind closed doors, without any of us knowing, no announcements, nobody talked about it. Adam Aaron didn't let us know. They enacted 50 million preferred stock, okay? Series A, not APE. 50 million preferred stock. Series A, convertible.
Which were authorized. Which were, as of 2019, and actually, it was way before this. This is the 2013, I think, plan. But anyway, they had they authorized 50 million shares of preferred stock were authorized. So that means they can issue them when they want to.
Is worth 100 APE as far as voting goes. These are very powerful voting shares. Why would they do this?
Well,
you and I, we don't have any of these preferred stock.
What are you?
Don't confuse APE, which is a preferred equity unit. It's not even a share of stock. I've been saying this for a long time. APE,
you're right. It isn't.
Is not even a share. It's a preferred equity unit, which gives you a percentage of ownership in an account, which may or may not have money in it. That's it. It's worthless technically. Now,
no.
Let's get back to this.
If you say that, you're saying AMC is worthless because APE is AMC is AMC is APE. Like, we've been over this before, but yeah, one preferred share is 100 APE, but for all intents and purposes, one APE is one AMC share, common stock share. I mean, the preferred shares are simply the underlying share that the APE units were created from, I guess you could say. Like, they represent, yeah, anyway, I mean, okay, let's continue. Unless you had something, Lynn, beyond like just like a general what the fuck here. Okay.
General what the fuck would be my response. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to open up this SEC document here. And so they made that resolution. Okay. That's step one.
I mean,
and then on August 2nd, I believe they made the announcement that they were going to put out APE. And they were real shady about APE and how much there was and how much it was going to put out and all that. But some of the documents said $5 billion, that they could put out about $5 billion. And I'm still not sure if that's the real.
Well, that's because, isn't that because each of the 50 million shares is worth 100 APE? I mean, doesn't that math work? Yeah, it does. So 50 million shares, each one is worth 100 APE. So there's your 5 billion. Not that hard. Okay. Okay.
Total, I think it's a lot more, friends, because there's documents that are hidden, and I just uncovered some of them.
They're not hidden.
You're gonna be blown away.
If you uncovered them, they're not fucking hidden. You said you got the SEC documents. That's what I've got. They're not hidden. You just have to know how to find them. Holy shit.
By what I tell you. And if you miss any of this, there's nothing I can do. You've got to listen to the whole video because I cannot cram.
Isn't that convenient?
Information like this into 5 minutes. I can't do it. All right, so let's get back to this.
Yeah, and it takes me 3.5 hours to debunk your fucking ass. Well, not really. Not really, because it debunks itself, but
okay.
There's so many of them that takes that long.
Additional authorized shares. Okay, so notwithstanding anything set forth in the certificate of incorporation or in the certificate to the contrary, the board or any authorized committee of the board without the vote of the holders may increase or decrease the number of authorized shares of preferred stock or other stock ranking junior or senior to or on party with the preferred stock as to dividends and the distribution of assets upon any voluntary or involuntary liquidation, dissolution, or winding up of the affairs of the corporation. So basically, friends, they snuck this in on January 28th, 2022 without us voting on it. They made a resolution together. I don't even know if this is legal. We should maybe have the judge.
I mean, I love these comments too. Like, this needs to get to the judge. The judge needs to know that this crap was going on behind shareholders' backs. No, it wasn't. It was not going on behind shareholders' backs. They just chose not to pay any attention to it. They chose to focus on bullshit. They chose to focus on spinning the earnings to make them seem like they were good. instead of actually reading the fucking filing. I mean, this is so fucking brain dead. Oh my God. It's like, it's crazy. This is fucking
They
ridiculous.
also don't understand the power of the board of directors.
Well, that's also true. That's also true. I mean, send it to the
It's a
judge.
board, and they can direct.
Yeah, right.
They don't have to. Certain things they don't need the shareholders' input. The shareholder doesn't get to give their opinion on every single thing that happens.
Right. Well, because they're not owners. You don't own the company. You're not owners like that. It's not like it's your company to run. You don't run the company.
It's also unwieldy to do that. You know, it would take too long to get all the information out to all the shareholders, you know, or it's just things would move at a snail's pace if they had a shareholder vote on everything. There's some actions where the board has to decide.
Isn't that why board members are generally experienced corporate executives that may even be on other boards and, you know, have had basically long and tenured careers in corporate governance? Like, because that's why they're on the board, is because they have been, you know, theoretically are experienced and would make decisions that are in the best interest of the company and the board. So there's a reason why they're there. And at some, I mean, ultimately, they'd already authorized 50 million preferred shares anyway. So that's the underlying issue here. Why would you send that to the judge? The judge is going to take a look at it and say, oh, would you look at that? They had already authorized these. Okay. So this guy's brain dead.
It was a rainy day fund. It was a rainy day fund, basically.
Right. Yeah. They authorized them, but they didn't need them. But now they needed them because their shareholders are the worst. Literally, they're literally the worst. And, you know,
basically.
And that was and this was before Adam Aaron even joined the company. This happened in 2013 that they authorized those shares. So Adam Aaron didn't come until 2016. So it wasn't even his doing. He wasn't even involved with AMC at that point when these preferred stock shares were authorized. So, I mean, I'm not defending.
I would point
I'm
out,
just saying.
When you become a shareholder, you either receive a paper prospectus in the mail, or you're given a link by your broker to an online version of the prospectus, and then it's on you to go read and understand the prospectus, and that will tell you everything. I mean, that's the due diligence.
Right. And this here that I've got, that's the description of the registrant's securities. Registered pursuant to Section 12 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. This is from a 2019 filing from Q4 2019. And it has a section here. It's probably in every filing. And it talks about preferred stock. The certificate of incorporation authorizes the AMC board to issue from time to time up to an aggregate of 50 million shares of preferred stock in one or more series without further stockholder approval. Right there. Boom. Debunked. Why do we don't even need to go any further in his video. The AMC board is authorized without further stockholder approval to fix or alter the designations, preferences, rights, and any qualifications, limitations, or restrictions of the shares of each such series thereof, including the dividend rights, dividend rates, conversion rights, voting rights, terms of redemption, including sinking fund provisions, redemption price or prices, liquidation preferences, and the number of shares constituting any series or designations of such series. So there you go.
And do you know who voted on that? Do you know who voted on that?
The shareholders. Right. Which is ironic because the shareholders did vote on it, but it wasn't these shareholders. It was shareholders of 2013 who voted on it. But nonetheless, it was shareholders who approved it. Yes. That's, you know, and that's just the icing on the cake. Yeah, I don't even see any reason to continue watching this video because he's obviously misinformed.
In this paperwork, it states there's 524,173,000 1,273 AMC shares. That's the real number.
Shares.
Forget about looking at any exchange or whatever. That's the real number, according to this SEC document, of common stock shares of AMC. I give you the exact number. That's the facts. Now.
Okay. Good.
There's also something they snuck in here on July 28th, 2022. Well, actually, their original founding documents, they created Class B. I'm sure you guys never even heard of this. Class B is in boy stock.
Yep, he's looking at what we're looking at.
75 million.
Well, he's from a different filing.
927 Class B shares.
That's
and
correct.
Guess what, friends? Did they use any of these in the vote? I don't know. But I just discovered these Class B shares.
You know who has Class B shares? Insiders. So,
Insiders.
yeah, it doesn't, these are irrelevant. These are 100%
That's what's
irrelevant.
used as employee compensation. That's what's used
Right.
as a compensation for the executives.
Correct.
They have 300% voting power. Well, we now know the Class B has more voting power than the common stock, and we also know that the preferred stock has more voting power than the common stock. All right. Now,
But the preferred shares were broken into the APE units, which is basically what you have. So nobody holds a preferred stock. The preferred stock only exists in APE units. That's the difference.
now let's get to it. Adam Aaron and the boys said, 89% or whatever voted in favor of the conversion and the reverse split and all that. But is that true?
Well, I'll use your words, Lynn. Look at what he said. Don't look at what he said. Look at what he didn't say. Did he say that it was 87% of all shareholders or of all shares or 87% of votes? That's very different. 87% of votes received is different from 87% of shareholders. That's a different thing. And my guess is it's 87% of votes received. So of the votes that they received in, 87% of them were yes. But that says nothing about how many people or how many shares represented were represented in those votes. I don't know exactly what he said. They're just, this is all second hand, third hand, fourth hand bullshit. But that's, I think, what you'd have to look at. And I think that was known beforehand. I mean, obviously it was. It was known how the vote, was going to happen, essentially. So I don't care about this. This is
Going to
nothing.
take 10% off, and you just paid full price. Or they're going to. Thankfully, we have the real numbers from investor relations, which they don't want to talk about. Yeah, they published it because legally they have to, but they ain't going to talk about it, and they're not going to make it easy for you to understand. But I'm going to tell you what happened. So, now remember, this is proposal number 2, the reverse split. Okay, this is the one that's really important. They're both important, but they made the resolution. If one of the 3 proposals fails, they all fail. All 3 had to pass. So the reverse split had to pass. And then the other proposal.
All right, but it all passed.
Approximately 52 million shares. Vanguard. How many shares does BlackRock own?
Well, who cares? You should want institutions to own shares.
Well,
because they're
at like 72.
They're probably going to vote the way that the vote should go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, institutions are the problem.
There's 50 million.
If only all companies were held by retail investors like AMC. Boy, we'd be so much better off. Jesus Christ. I mean, I can understand why, back in the day, they didn't want retail investors messing around in the stock market because they're a bunch of fucking retards. They have no clue what the fuck they're looking at. Jesus, fuck. But then they realized that they could scam them and everything was okay. Yeah, come on. And then Joe Kennedy took over the SEC. And, then, well, he was the first SEC chairman. And then it was like just, off to the races. Anyway,
when they approved 50 million preferred stock, not APE, 50 million shares of preferred stock, and those have 100 votes for every one APE vote. Okay, hang on, friends. Hang with me here.
If I remember correctly, it was that the APE units were convertible into so it was 100 APE units for one preferred share. So and one preferred share equals 100 shares of AMC. So it was basically that one APE unit equals one share of AMC, but technically they would have to be converted through the preferred stock shares. So the actual conversion would be converting 100 APE into one preferred equity and then one preferred, or no, I'm sorry, 100 APE into one preferred share and then one preferred share into 100 AMC. I believe that's technically how the conversion process would have gone, at least by the way that they outlined it in the initial documentation. Okay, I think he's had a seizure here.
They put this paperwork together. They made sure they were going to win that vote no matter what you and I did. We had no chance to win that vote, friends. And I think the judge would like to know that. And I would love for the judge to watch my video.
Well,
I would love to have her watch this video.
Well, kid, it's not going to happen.
They were going to win this vote no matter what. Because if we all would have, let's say we all would have voted.
So that's it then. You lost. Sorry.
You know, yeah, if we all would have voted no, they still could have beat us because of their preferred shares.
Oh my God.
And then they've got the Class B shares also, which they get 3 votes for every 1 vote of common share.
Oh.
They were going to beat us no matter what, friends. We had no chance. So the lawsuit where we're stating, hey, APE was created to thwart the will of the real AMC shareholders. Yes, it was. We have the proof of it. And not only APE, friends, no one's talking about the preferred Series A. No one's talking about it. None of the YouTubers are talking about it. And I'm going to be honest, even myself,
and you shouldn't be. And you shouldn't be, and you don't understand. You don't understand. Oh my God. Like this, I mean, I can't imagine being this clueless and thinking that I understand. I really cannot. This is some really heavy shit here in terms of the narcissistic influence. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's go back to. Okay, this is the FAQ, I think. What is an AMC preferred equity unit? Each AMC preferred equity unit is designated to have the same economic value as a share of AMC as Class A common stock. Okay, but that doesn't really say what it is. Each AMC preferred equity unit is designed to have the same voting rights as a common stock. The AMC preferred equity unit will trade under the ticker APE. An AMC preferred equity unit is a depositary share with each AMC preferred equity unit representing a 1/100th interest in a share of AMC's authorized Series A convertible participating preferred stock. It's right there in the fucking frequently asked fucking questions. What the fuck are you talking about? You uncovered it. You didn't uncover shit. You didn't read the fucking documents beforehand. Holy fucking shit. What an idiot. These guys are fucking retarded. Now, where's my page? There it is. It's right there. It's a depositary share with each APE representing a 1/100th interest in a share of AMC's authorized Series A convertible participating preferred stock. The 50 fucking million that were authorized in 2013. This is right here. When is the AMC issued? Okay, we know it was issued then. Are they convertible into common stock? Technically, yes, the AMC preferred equity units can convert to common stock, but only if the AMC board proposes and then investors vote to approve an increase in the number of authorized shares of common stock in an amount at least sufficient to permit the conversion of the AMC preferred equity units into common stock. However, we do not currently expect AMC board to make such a proposal anytime soon. This was on August 4th. Okay. When did they make the proposal to convert it? Was it in March? Was it in February, March? So, what? 6 months later or so? However, let's see. It is more likely than not that the two securities, the common stock and AMC preferred equity units, will trade as two separate securities for quite some time to come. Quite some time. Okay. Is the APE unit dividend a cash dividend? No, the dividend is not a cash dividend. AMC will issue one preferred equity unit as a dividend for every share of common stock. Let's see. Fractional. Do they have voting rights? Yes, they are designed to have the same voting rights as common stock. Here's the comparison page, which is the same shit. How many preferred equity units are there? Theoretically, over the lifetime of the security, the maximum number of AMC preferred equity units that could be authorized over time is up to 5 billion, based on a total number of authorized preferred stock of 50 million. Exactly what we said earlier in this guy's video, where, yeah, no. However, the AMC board currently has only authorized the equivalent of 1 billion of these AMC preferred equity units that can be issued now. 516 of these 1 billion are being issued this month to shareholders as a dividend. The AMC board currently has no plan or intention in calendar years 2022 or 3 to authorize more than this initial 1 billion amount of APEs. However, AMC's board of directors may authorize additional APE units at any time in the future at its sole discretion, including in 2022 or 2023, if it deems such an issuance to be in AMC's best interest. Okay. I mean, when do they start trading? Will be the price. Because, let's see, the price of AMC preferred equity units will be determined by buyers and sellers in the open market, because the AMC APE unit is designed to have the same economic and voting rights. In theory, the common stock and APE unit should have similar market values, and the impact of the AMC preferred equity unit dividend should be similar to a 2-to-1, 2-for-1. I'm not sure about this here. 2/1 stock split. An investor owning one share of common stock on August 19th will hold one common share and one APE unit on August 22nd. An investor should therefore expect that the price of the standalone share of common stock logically should at least initially decline. However, that investor's economic interest will be the sum of the price of the common stock plus the price of an APE. Okay. So, is there any common stock dilution due to the APE units? The number of shares remains unchanged. In addition, there would be 516 APE units. Therefore, because all these APEs are going and only going to existing shareholders, there is no dilution from this initial APE dividend. Dilution only occurs when the board decides that the company should issue additional AMC APE units in the future. AMC expects that it will decide to issue more APEs with the express purpose of debt reduction or repayment, along with other potential uses for additional APEs, as has previously been communicated publicly. So, guess what? You're stuck with it. That's all I got to say. I don't think the judge is going to do anything. I think she will approve the settlement, and the apes will have their dreams crushed yet again. And they will start sending death threats to the judge now. Not only just Adam Aaron and Ken Griffin and, me, it will go to the judge. And that, that probably won't be taken very, kindly. A spin-off, it's not a spin-off. paying an AMC preferred equity unit dividend. I mean, they always said they wanted a dividend. So, the dividend process has begun. The necessary documents have been filed with the SEC. Legal notice has been given to the NYSE and significant shares, blah, 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 blah. The dividend will and must proceed as outlined in our filings. So my point there is this was filed with it actually was filed with the Delaware Secretary of State when they issued the APE dividend. Like, it went through the system in Delaware. So why do the apes think all of a sudden now the judge is going to realize, oh, she's going to realize that it's illegal, that it should never have been issued? That would mean that they missed it initially. That would mean that they fucked up initially. That would mean that Delaware missed it. That would mean that would I mean, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's all speculative. It's all based on the fact that the judge didn't immediately approve the settlement. That is their hope at this point, that she will realize or, have the courage to stand up and say, the whole ape thing is illegal and you can't do that and you're in trouble. I doubt that's going to happen. She's probably going to approve the settlement. And, just like the lady said, it'll be commensurate with other similar actions that have happened. And that'll be it. And they'll go ahead and do the reverse split conversion. And, well, if you're a creative investor and you take the pussy way out, you say, well, if they don't allow the conversion, it will be a massive short squeeze. And if they do allow the conversion, there will be a massive short squeeze. So everybody wins in either case. And that's the apes logic. That's ape logic right there. You win. You win. And I know probably what's going to happen more than likely is the stock price is going to be adjusted to that. Here's the combined level. So $67. Okay. So that is going to be another overvalued level, right? So yeah. I just don't see any other likely outcome here. I don't care how many shares there are. Hopefully he can issue shares while it's still that overvalued. But man, I tell you right now, it ain't gonna stay there. It is not gonna stay there. So anyway, judge doesn't care about you, Mr. Magoo. Oh, okay, Lynn, your earbud died. Okay, well, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Board of directors is the original sole discretion. Always be specific when bending reality to manifest your wishes, aka be careful what you ask for. True that. True that. That is true. Indeed. All right. Check for any new videos, check the futures, and I'm out of here. Okay. Boy, that S&P is flattish. Market is so confused. The market is so confused. Which I don't really, what's so confusing about it? Stocks are fucking overvalued. Get with the fucking program. Well, no, that would be too obvious. So because it would be obvious, it's obviously wrong. Let's have Lou. Lou. Let's go, Lou. Let's take us home. Take us home, Lou. Thanks, guys, for being here.
Happy Sunday. All right, let's get into a couple of the topics that are going on today. Let's talk about the 60-day dispute with the court after, obviously, everything is done. Technically speaking, yes, but if the judge lifts the hold on everything...
I still got to go to the goddamn grocery store tonight. It's 9, almost 10 o'clock.
That's why they wanted to go forward with this. That's why Popcorn filed the 8K. The second that the judge, which I don't think she's going to go their way, but the second that the judge turns around and says, yes, you can go ahead and do the reverse split merger, it's going to happen in 2 seconds. Now, obviously, as far as like 60 days to dispute, I don't know how they have it in Delaware. That would be a new thing because I know the time frame. This play will not last 60 days. So basically, from what I'm thinking, and this is going by based on how settlements are done.
What does that mean? This play will not last 60 days. It's lasted 2 fucking years in your guys' mind. What's another 60, 90 days? What is, I mean, what is the urgency here? Everybody's thought, well, why is Adam Aaron so urgently trying to, get this thing done? Well, I actually happen to know something that I don't think anybody else knows about this. But I want to be very sure of that before I say it. But let's see, is it on here? Somewhere I read that in one of these filings, not just on randomly on the internet, somewhere I read that this is basically the 2013 equity plan that's being outlined here, but that plan expires at the end of 2023. So that's probably why. It's because that would have to be renewed and probably re-approved by the shareholders at the end of 2023. So they want to get the shit done before the end of 2023 because then they have to go back to the drawing board. That's my guess because I read it. It's in one of these. I got so many documents here. I can't remember which is which. But anyway, trust me, bro.
Not us. The parties that are in, the defendant and the plaintiff, AMC and Allegheny, after everything is done, there's a certain amount of time in order for everything to be completed. But I think if you read correctly, the way it's set up is that once the vice chancellor approves of the settlement, then AMC makes a settlement. Allegheny then lets the court know the payment has been done. Then this is lifted. So that might be a little bit of extra time in it. But as far as they're going to wait 60 days till afterwards in order to lift everything, I don't think that's the case. If it is, I'm a happy Puerto Rican today. But we're non-parties. Even though the judge wants to protect our interests, because obviously the...
I thought this was a class action that applied to all shareholders. That's what Tuttle said. Tuttle even has a petition to opt out of AMC's proposed class settlement. Proposed settlement has been reached between the plaintiffs and AMC. After careful review, we do not believe that the terms and settlements are in the best interest of shareholders as a class. They think that, so they're of the opinion that that they are deserved adequate compensation for the harm caused to the class. I mean, so but Lou's sitting here saying that it doesn't affect them, that they're not members of the class. I mean, nobody knows what the fuck any of this shit means.
Even though the judge wants to protect our interests, because obviously the big picture of things, that's not, unless that's a rule that they have in that court system, because I know the California court system, I know the Texas court system, the New York court, Massachusetts.
Let's see, where have I been arrested? I know Massachusetts, yeah, state, federal.
I think that we have 60
but why would you have any experience in Delaware? Why would you have any experience in Delaware? Good question. There's no reason why you would. But anybody who's done any type of corporate litigation would. So, yeah, not a surprise there, Lou.
I mean, if that happens, like I said, go out and get drunk because it's going down. But I do think at the end of the day, the vice chancellor is going to put a big delay on this. It's just my feeling on it. The only reason why is because there's actual proof that APE was not supposed to be created, and there's actual proof that AMC sold APE underneath the price limit that they were supposed to. So there are grounds where APE, like a word, broke the law. So
I don't think that's true.
I'll try to look into it.
He's talking about the DDLG 242 thing. That's Delaware. That's Delaware law, or not DDLG. DLCG, DGCL. That's it. DGCL. Fuck. DGCL. Yes. And I had this up here, and it's confusing because I'm not a lawyer either, but it's talking about changes in capital and capital stock, amendment of certificate. After a corporation has received payment for its capital, any of its capital stock, or after a non-stock corporation has members, it may amend its certificate of incorporation from time to time in any and as many respects as may be desired, so long as its certificate of incorporation is as amended would contain only such provisions as it would be lawful and proper to insert in an original certificate of incorporation filed at the time of the filing of the amendment. And if a change in stock or the rights of stockholders or an exchange, reclassification, subdivision, combination, or cancellation of stock or rights of stockholders is to be made, such provisions as may be necessary to effect such change, exchange, classification, subdivision, combination, or cancellation. In particular, and without limitation upon such general power of amendment, a corporation may amend its certificate of incorporation from time to time so as to change its name, to change, substitute, enlarge, okay? To increase or decrease its authorized capital stock or to reclassify the same by changing the number, par value, designations, preferences, or relative participating optional or other special rights of the shares. Okay, that's relevant here. Cancel or otherwise affect the right of the holders of the shares of any class to receive dividends which have been accrued but have not been declared, or to create new classes of stock having rights and preferences either prior or superior or subordinate or inferior to the stock of any class and authorized. Okay. Special meeting. What are these here? Every amendment authorized shall be made and effected in the following manner. Paragraph A, 1 or 7 of this section. Okay, so that is to change its corporate name or to delete provisions. Vote. No vote is required to affect such amendment or majority. Blah, blah, blah. The holders of the outstanding shares of a class shall be entitled to vote as a class upon a proposed amendment, whether or not entitled to vote thereon by the certificate of incorporation. If the amendment would increase or decrease the aggregate number of authorized shares of such class. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go through this more carefully, but the company can act in its best interest and is under no obligation to harm itself to benefit shareholders. That's what, yeah, right. And that is what is happening. Yep.
And but I think it's like what a word broke the law. So that's what I'm looking at. I'll try to look into it the best I can. But I think it's parties. It's like you have up to 30 days to appeal a decision after it's done. There might be 60 days for opposing parties to let's say file a notice with the court. But I don't think it's 60 days for them to hold everything up. So keep fingers crossed. If it is, I'm happy as fuck.
Okay. All right. Okay. One thing that I did want to show here real quick. So this is something to think about for the market. So I'm going to bring up the SPY. So here's the SPY on a daily basis. Daily chart for the S&P 500, and then I'm gonna. So the S&P 500 is market cap weighted. Market cap weighted. So in other words, companies with higher market caps are more represented in the index than companies with lower market caps. Okay. So there also is an ETF. So that's how the way the S&P 500 is, the SPX, the SPY, most S&P 500 index based products are market cap weighted because the index itself is. Now there is an equal weight S&P 500 ETF. And so what it does is it gives each of the 500 stocks the same equal weighting. So whether it's Apple with a huge market cap or, you know, Tupperware, if are they, I forget, I don't remember. Anyway, Tupperware, they're NYSE, they get delisted already. Anyway, they were at the TUP. There we go. They're going to be delisted. They're going to be probably more than delisted. Let's just pretend like, you know, whoever, they're in the S&P 500. Okay, they're not. Whatever company you want with a lower market cap than Apple, they're going to all have the same equal 1/500th of the index. So we can look at so SPY is the S&P 500 ETF. We all know that. Let me get these other lines off here. We don't need these. So this is S&P 500. The equal weighted ETF is RSP, Romeo Sierra Papa, RSP, Invesco S&P 500 equal weight ETF. Okay, equal weight. So we can compare these, and I think it's interesting comparison to do. So let's go back to the S&P SPY, and then I'll compare the RSP to its. So RSP, new price scale, and we compare. So we're on a daily basis here. Maybe we could go on a weekly basis just to get a little bit more. And so what do we see here? That the line, and I don't like that color at all. The yellow line is the equal weighted S&P 500. And the candles, and of course it's shifting the scales around, but I just want to get it. This is the beginning of the 2021 bull run. The yellow line is the ETF, the equal weighted ETF. And so what are we seeing here? That the equal weighted ETF is outperforming the market cap weighted regular S&P 500. Right? So that's a bit interesting, and I'm not sure exactly what it implies, but we know that we have a few basically monsters of tech that are basically holding up the market. And so, you know, I have to think that this is probably related. Because when we go to the actual, you know, weighted S&P, it's proportionally lower. But when you weigh everything out equally, the index is higher. So just something to look at. I thought it was interesting to see these divergences between this. And by the way, speaking of divergences, let me go back to the regular daily chart here. Get this off here. Put on. I really do need to get out of here soon. RSI, and you know, what are we seeing going on? I'm looking for divergences here. I'm looking for where the RSI might be going in basically one direction. Like, okay, here's a peak in the market. Here's a peak in the market. What's the relationship between these peaks? This one's higher than this one. Okay, what happened in the RSI there? The second one is higher than the first. Yep. Or the same thing on the downside. So here's a bottom in June. Here's a bottom in October. How do these relate? Well, this one is lower than the previous. It's the same on the RSI. Okay. Thought there was a divergence in here somewhere. Guess not. I think we got one here. So here's a, oh, nope, never mind. Nope, not. Maybe it was in the NASDAQ. Maybe it was in the NASDAQ daily. Maybe I was just, maybe I'm full of it. So let's see. So I thought these. So looks like we have a bit here from this, from here to, let's just call it here. Okay. So we have a higher high there, and then in the RSI we have slightly lower. I mean, it's so ever so slight, but so what this is kind of, I guess, indicating is that the momentum was actually lower, relatively speaking, on this higher high here. The momentum was actually lower. I mean, it's not a very great example, but it is an example. I mean, actually, even here you can see it, and it actually ended up playing out in a bearish way. The negative divergence. So the price went higher, but the RSI went lower. That's what you're looking for, or vice versa. And you could also do it with lows, but I'm seeing, you know, I thought there was a better example here recently, but I guess not. Anyway, market crash this week. MOAS on Monday. I don't know. It's 10 o'clock. I got to go. One day Lou will explode mid-video. All that will come out is hot air and lost money that wasn't his.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
I know why. I know why.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible! But what you can do is buy AMC stock!
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Roll another blunt, man.
Yes, I agree. Roll another blunt, man.
You full of shit.
Dow 3,400. Wow.
And you need to breathe.
Craziness. All right. Take care. See you later. Good night.